Good morning to everybody. I think I was able to say hi to mostly to each of you. And now we are officially starting our training day. It's a real pleasure to have you here today, and I'm very grateful that you are interested in Digital Europe program and in gaining new skills in Digital Europe program application preparation using AI. I think everybody would agree with me that every day, at least 5 to 10 times we hear about AI. So this means that it's impossible to put this technology aside and to try to behave as yesterday. So this means if we want to be competent and competitive, we need to find the way how we can adjust this technology. And today we're going to do that. We're going to build a proposal by using AI, in this case, ChatGPT. So the day will be quite tough, but we have a wonderful leader for this. We have Nikolaos Floratos, who came from Greece. We say a big thank to you that you managed to do that you find time on that intensive schedule when it's the last quarter of the year. And I could say it's only 5 minutes left before we start singing Christmas songs. So you still managed to come to Vilnius.
Indeed.
And to have on-site event, not online one. So we really appreciate that you are sharing your knowledge, your insights, and helping us to build our skills in this area. And I hope we'll have an effective day on that. For those who don't know me, I'm Aurelia Bakutienė from Innovation Agency, where I serve as ICT manager and national contact point. And if you'll have any questions related to this program, just don't hesitate. Come to me and ask whatever you want. I'll stay here whole day. I'll be also attendance of this event. And just come to me, network, and I think we'll just make everything quite clear on this topic. Also, what I want to say, I would like to say thank you to Lithuanian Innovation Center, and Enterprise Europe Network. Our new partnership led us to organize this event. So this is the way how we can reflect ecosystem needs. So thank you for that, for the new beginnings. I think this is just a start of that. And before I finish everything, I want to mention a few more things. As you saw in the agenda, we'll have a quite tough day. But we'll have still some breaks. We'll have 2 short ones and 1 long. 1 long is for lunch. The lunch will be served in front of the training room. So during these breaks, take some coffee, grab some snack, just that makes you motivated. And please don't forget to network. Everybody will agree with me that all new initiatives, all new ideas, projects starts from new contacts. So don't lose this opportunity. Secondly, as you see, we have some cameras. So yes, we'll make a record, and yes, we'll share it with you. Just give us a few days to make the record, and I'll send you on email. You'll get the link, and you'll be able to watch the video again. And the last one, but not the least, in a couple of days when the training will end, you'll get the link with the survey. The survey about how you feel about this training. I would be more than happy if you could find time to answer to it. Just it takes a few minutes, but it's very important for us to get the feedback about this training, especially if you liked it, because this means that we are going to the right direction. But if you don't, if you see that something has to be changed, if we need to find another topics to discuss, please let us know, because we are planning our next year activities and we can do that. So thank you in advance. It will be like also a Christmas present for me. Because I'll have some data to plan our activities for next year. So that's all from my side. Then I could say just only one thing, that dear Nikolaos, the floor is yours, and we're ready to deep dive to...
Thank you really on that. Thank you for the nice introduction. I think this is the 4th course, I think, in a sequence. So we started with Digital Europe almost a year ago, if I remember well, if I can recall. We had the basics on Digital Europe, how we develop a full proposal, the steps that are needed on partnering, on networking, on getting an idea. Then we discussed also how to find partners or how to join other Digital Europe proposals as a partner. So that was the 2nd course. Then we went one step further. And that was the third one that we discussed in detail, how to write a Digital Europe proposal, how to think about that. And there was still one gap missing. And what was that gap? That gap was on how to make your life easier. Because Digital Europe can be quite challenging as a program. So we decided to really reach the ultimum level. And what is that? All these things that we have been doing the last year to complete with a hands-on practice on how to use specifically AI for writing a proposal. And as you will see, there are a lot of preliminary things that we need to do before that. And as soon as we do that, then we can start writing the proposal. And now the whole puzzle is complete. It will be a hands-on practice, so I'm very pleased to see that you're sitting on desks, and at least in those desks we have 1, 2, 3 laptops, because this is great. Because we will need them, so you will see also how you can work. We will be stopping and we'll be working some of the steps together, and we will see how that goes. So that's one very nice thing. The other one is that what I need is a transformation. So my aim after this course is to transform yourself. And as I keep on saying in all my trainings, is like traveling. So you will, like in holidays, like in traveling, when you go somewhere and then you come back, you are a better person. Why? Because you have learned new people, you have rest, you found out about new cultures, you have been transformed. This is exactly how the training should be. You need to be transformed. And we are going to do that also in a pleasant way, like holidays. So it's not rocket science, because we will apply here a recipe. And a recipe, what is the good thing with a recipe? Any ideas? Even if we don't like cooking, we like recipes. Why? Because it's clear, yes. It's methodological, self-explained, step by step. So you don't need actually to know how to cook. What you do need is just to follow instructions. Exactly this is what we're going to do here. We're going to give you a recipe on that. And the good thing, there are good things and bad things with the recipe. What is the good thing? The good thing is that if you have the recipe, you can, what? You can do what you want. You can cook. What is the bad thing also? What is the bad thing? Huh? Don't get. Or something similar. Or something very, very close. You don't, if you have a recipe, you don't have an excuse. You have to cook. Because if you don't have a recipe, I don't know how to cook. Okay, we leave you there. You don't know how to cook, that's okay. But if they gave you the recipe, you don't have any excuse. You have to cook. So that's a bad thing. Which means that as soon as you get familiar with the recipe, you have to cook. Which means you have to write a proposal in Digital Europe. This is what we have. So that's, there are no excuses. And that's the thing that we need to be aware. All right. You should have been downloading the slides, and you need to do that because during the course of today, you will be using some of the actions, some of the prompts for doing your own, as a group, your own practice. Therefore, it is important to make sure that you have access to that. Instead of writing what you see on the screen, you can copy and paste in your laptop or in wherever what you have directly the instructions or the examples and see how you feel with them in your own case. So that's one thing that you need to make sure that you have access to. Normally, I give the trainings after the training. But today we will need to have them during the training. So that's why you have that kind of possibility. And hopefully you will get the right training, yes? Can you imagine? So make sure that it has that title at least. It will not have the QR code, but will have that title when you download it. So hopefully it will be the correct one. So everyone downloaded, so we can proceed. Okay, perfect. That's great. So you will have it. It will be your own recipe. It will be your own cookbook for that. Now, when you download it, you will see that for a workshop, we have a lot of slides. I mean, we have around 70 slides, which is too much for one-day workshop. But as I said, we need to give you the recipe. So the recipe has to be detailed, step by step. You don't go from there to there rapidly, suddenly. You go gradually. And this is what we have. In order to make sure that you're mastering it, we have a lot of details. So it's not the purpose to create death by PowerPoint, but on the other hand, to give you the full recipe. Now, one very important element is that I don't want you to get distracted on the slides, on your slides that you will have or on your laptop. Because if you want to achieve what you are supposed to achieve, whatever that is, there are two things. One is you need to focus here on what we discuss, not on my slides, but on me and what we discuss here. And secondly, you need to reflect. How can I apply that in my case? Is this something that is applicable? Do I understand it completely? Do I need to do something else? So focus plus reflection leads to mastery. You want to master something? What is in our case here? To master AI, at least for writing the 20% or 30% of the Digital Europe full proposal. You need to focus and reflect. So try to avoid having distractions from your mobile phones, from your laptops, because that will be open, and try to focus here on what we discuss and reflect. Ask yourself questions. And then if something is not clear, you raise your hand and we clarify it. That's simple. Is that a deal? Yes? Thank you for that. And thank you for some of you being interactive. I appreciate that. Good. Now, I'm not going to go through. Who is attending a training of me for the first time? Oh, quite a lot. Okay. That's a surprise. All right. Where are the others? I mean, the others that follow the previous trainings, they know that they believe everything? Okay. So, very quickly, I'm not going to go through that, but the last 25 years, I have been in research innovation era by wearing a lot of different hats. I have been wearing the hat of the applicant. So I'm going to give you that kind of perspective also in this workshop. I have been wearing also the hat of the evaluator. Over the last 20 plus years, consecutive years, I have been involved in evaluating proposals on behalf of the European Commission Research Innovation. So I'm going to give you that perspective also. What the evaluators want to see, we will reflect that today, and we will tell AI to do that for us. I have been a researcher myself. My PhD was on student engagement in online courses. So I know also as a researcher what are these. I'm an innovator. I am a business angel investor in startups. So this is something also that is needed in Digital Europe program. But the most important thing, to my view, is that I can take something that is quite complex, whatever that is, and I can decompose it into easy to understand and easy to apply step-by-step recipes. And this is what we will do here today. The best way to connect with me is through LinkedIn. This is the one that I use. It's the social media that I'm using. This is the one that you should be using. If you are active in Digital Europe, you need, as Aurelia said, also networking. And apart from networking within your territory here, the best channel for achieving that is through LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is something that is extremely useful as a tool for networking, for finding the latest updates also. but at the same time to connect with others. And you can connect with me because if you have a question after this training, something you didn't understand, or there is a new development, or etc., you can send me a LinkedIn message and I will reply back to you. Normally it doesn't take me more than 2 or 3 minutes to reply back to you. When I see it in 2 or 3 days, but it will save you a lot of time. So make sure that you connect through LinkedIn, and if you have any question as a follow-up after this training, you can use it for communicating with me. Now, I need some, because we're a big group, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I prefer to focus on our workshop, but I would like a couple or 3 volunteers to introduce themselves in a way that your name, your expertise, if you have, your specialization, whatever your specialization is, if you have, and your expectations from this course, as well as any challenges in Digital Europe or on AI use. So a couple of volunteers just to warm up ourselves, but also to see some expectations from this course, challenges, limitations that you have. So who wants to volunteer? Who wants to be the first one to break it? Thank you. Yes, please. We have a microphone or? Okay. Okay.
Hello, I'm Domitės Europos. I'm from IT sector, so mostly working with cybersecurity at the moment, and I expect from this training that I finally break this code and finally could independently to create this kind of project.
Okay. Do you use AI? Have you used AI before?
Every second day.
What tool do you use?
Mostly is Copilot, ChatGPT, but also other.
Okay. Thank you for that. An applause for her because she was quite brave to introduce herself first. Anyone else? I would like to present himself, herself. It can't be that difficult, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm from the Dirbtuvių, and I'm working with proposals from 2005.
Nice.
Framework program. So for me, the most important part is how to make it easy to develop a proposal. So AI, I think, and I hope, and my expectations are that I will learn how to easy that process. And my specialization is agri-food innovations, as well digitalization and agri-food.
Okay. Do you use AI or?
Yes, I'm using a lot for reporting.
For reporting? Yes. Writing deliverables, man.
The most tricky part of the project.
The most boring also. Yes.
So AI is very useful in this.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Which tool you use normally?
Mostly chat, but also perplexity.
Okay. Good. Thank you for that. An applause for Joanna for that, for being brave. And one more. Let's have one more, please. I think women are braver than men. Sorry, I have to admit that. Please. Anyway, yes. Okay. Do you use any AI tool or ChatGPT? Okay. Thank you for that. And applause for Momeda also. All right. So that was interesting for me to know also whether you use some tools and etc. So we will see today. We will work with ChatGPT. And of course, there are many other tools that anyone can be using, and you are free to use any other tool. However, as you will see also in the slides, whatever tool you use, you need to stick with that. I mean, you're not, as soon as you're experimenting at the beginning, before you decide which one to use, then try to keep on using that one and not changing. Why? Because you are creating a dialogue with your AI tool. And the more dialogue you have, the better familiarization the AI knows about you and you know about AI. So that's why it is extremely important to try to have one tool that you could be using at least for writing a proposal. Why? Because we need to establish that kind of connection. And we're going to be more connected with our AI tool. I know it sounds a little bit spooky and terrifying, but we need to have that kind of connection with AI. They need to know what we like and what we don't like in a way that they will give you the feedback that you need for being more satisfied. So that is something that you need to have in mind, and we will discuss about that. So let's see a little bit how we will work today. I will start with nice things, the breaks. Yes, we're going to have our first break around 11:15 for 15 minutes, more or less. Then we're going to have around 1:45 our lunch break for 45 minutes. And then around 2:45 our last break. And we are finishing at 4:30. So you can more or less at 4:30. The way that we're going to work is, first of all, the first session is to familiarize you with some processes that you need to follow, some prerequisites, some pre-requirements that we need to have for making sure that AI works for us. And we don't work for the AI, because that's important. So we will do that, and also some examples how we can apply this and how we can use AI efficiently. And then we will, and that's very important, we will set up the system. We will set up a process that you need to follow all the time when you're going to have AI to write a proposal. There are some steps that you need to do before using AI for writing a proposal. Always, all the time. And we will do them today, and you need to become familiar with those. And as soon as we establish that, then now we are ready to start writing the proposal. So Digital Europe, as you do know, has 4 sections to write. So we're going to deal with the relevance and the implementation. Then we will deal with the impact and the work plan. So these are the 4 sections in order to have a complete Digital Europe proposal. Now, of course, there are some challenges. What are these challenges? First of all, we're going to write a proposal from scratch. So we don't have a proposal summary, we don't have a proposal consortium, we don't have a specific expertise because we're going to write from scratch, but it doesn't matter. Why? Because what we will do here will be work for, we will do something like 20 or 30% with the full proposal, which is very important as an excellent foundation, as an excellent starting point. And that's what we need. Then, of course, based on your follow-up actions, you will elaborate further with specific consortium members, with further analysis. But the knowledge that you will get here, they will be the one that you will be able to apply also in the other follow-up actions after the end of this workshop. And at the end, we are going to wrap up and see whether the things that we discussed today, how can they be applied maybe in other cases? Because today we're going to deal with one specific call, but that's the methodology which is important. So a paradigm. So if you have some question marks on how what we will be working and discussing today can be applied in any other call, we can discuss also at the end of the training. And that's it. And then let's see the recipe also, not from the course structure point of view, but from a step-by-step point of view. So most of us when we are at this stage, what is that stage? I don't know how to use AI properly, or I don't even know how to write a proposal in Digital Europe. And we need from that state to go to that one that we are feeling confident. We are really feeling confident, yes, on how to use AI. We're not scared about that. We need to make sure that it protects our privacy and personal data, of course, and it works for us, and we don't work for it. That's one important thing. And also we have a good Digital Europe proposal from the quality point of view. So to reach that level, there are 3 steps, and we will do them. So the first step is, as I said, to set up AI properly. And analyze the call intelligently, meaning getting everything that you need to get out related to that call and do all the preparatory steps. And for me, I call it artificial intelligence and depth call intelligence, is the most important step. I mean, we could have stopped workshop by doing just that step, because it's the most important one. It makes your life much easier, it will make your life much happier and more pleasant as long as you do that first step. And we will do it today. But then we will proceed and work on a specific example. So we will develop the excellence and the implementation with the use of AI. And then there are 2 more sections in the application, which is the impact and the work plan. And we will be working with them. We will be creating from scratch a proposal based on that. So you will see somehow how magic is created, but controlled magic. What is controlled magic? That we control it. It doesn't control us, because that's very important. All right. Okay, so let's start. First of all, do you have any questions before we start on that? Okay, let's see now, and before we start a small ballot, who is using ChatGPT for the time being, for any purpose? ChatGPT, okay, almost everyone, very good. So it's good to know that, and I'm very pleased that we use ChatGPT. Now, this module, this first step, in order to make sure that it serves, AI serves you, and you don't serve AI, there are these, let's say, 10 steps, from step 0 to step 9. So these are 10 steps that we need to do, and we will do them together. Which are these steps? First of all, we need to understand what are the essentials behind AI. Okay, this is something that is, we will go through that as quickly as possible, but we need to understand what kind of AI tools exist, what we need to know about them, how to use them to our benefit. So these are step 0, some essentials regarding AI. That's okay. Then we go from step 0 to step 1. And that is, we will work together to use AI to help us identify some calls that are applicable for our own organization. And you can work also on that together. We will do that together. I will do it, and then you can do that with your laptops or with your mobile devices. Another thing that we will work, which is very simple and very straightforward, but I need to make sure that everyone has done it, maybe some of you have already done it, is to make sure that you don't train the model with your data. So whenever you upload data in AI, in our case in ChatGPT, you need to make sure that it will not be used for training the model. Why? Because that is your data, unless it is something public document that you analyze, like the calls that we will see before. But if you're sharing something that belongs to you, it's a good practice to stay with you. So we're going to do a setup. It's very straightforward, but I need to make sure that everyone has done it. Then step 3, you need to tell to AI what you don't like and what you do like when you have a discussion with them. Imagine that AI is a person that is, you're communicating with him for the first time. Maybe you don't like to say bad words, or you don't like to say some specific words, or you like the feedback to be in a specific way, or you don't like general things, you like more specific things. It is a good practice to tell them in ChatGPT at the very first beginning. So we're going to do some customization and do some settings in our AI tool. And you will see some examples, and you will do it also yourself. As soon as we do that and we have established what we like and what we don't like, when we have a discussion with our AI model, then I'm going to tell you how to write effective prompts. What is a prompt? Prompt is instructions and requests that you give to your AI tool to do for you. And we're going to discuss how to write that kind of effective instructions. Effective instructions are called prompts, just for your information. Then, which is very important, whenever you're going to start writing a proposal in Digital Europe or in any other program, you need what? What do you need? First of all, okay, before start writing, what do you need to do when you write proposals? Yes? You've been writing proposals since 2005. So what do you do? Before the idea, you need to read a lot of things. So you need to process a lot of things. Yes or no? Exactly. So we're going to create a folder. It's called project in ChatGPT. That is normally a folder where we will be adding all this information that we need to read. And the good news are that ChatGPT can do excellent work on that. What is that? To give them a lot of documents and take them into consideration, analyze them, summarize them, even when you're not asking them to do so. And that's extremely important. Why? Because you will need that kind of knowledge for writing a proposal. When you write a proposal, you're collecting a lot of different documents. It's not only the cold topic description. Maybe there are projects that you need to be aware of related to your idea. Maybe there are some policy documents that you need to take into consideration. Maybe there are some studies that have been done related to your proposal idea and call. You need to know how to identify them, you need to know how to collect them, and then we need to upload them into the system. All right? And that's, if you ask me from all these steps, that's the step here on create a project folder, as well as step 6, identify which are those important documents, is the key for success. And not only for using AI, but when you write a proposal. When you write a proposal in Digital Europe or in any other European funding program, the success depends on how well you have identified and analyzed and used in your proposal related knowledge. Projects, policy documents, deliverables from other project results. And this is where success lies. So do you want to be efficient in proposal writing? I mean, the successful proposal applicants, without AI, forget that, step 6 is what they do very well. They identify prior knowledge that they need to have before start writing a proposal. Now, the beautiful thing is that with AI, it can be much faster and much easier. And this is where success lies, on step 5 and step 6. So we're going to collect from scratch. We're going to start collecting from scratch intelligence that we need to input into our call and into AI. This is very important element. Very important element. And we'll do that, make sure that everyone is doing it. And as soon as we identify them, step 7 is we add them into the project folder that we created in step 5. And we will do that. Yeah. Why? Because AI needs to be aware of all these documents before giving us any instructions or any feedback on the different sections in the grant application. Then we are going to use all this knowledge that we have created in order to prepare the proposal concept, the proposal summary, yes, a proposal summary for our project. And step 9, that is very important to my view, is I'm going to tell you a specific functionality that ChatGPT has. It is called Canvas. And what is that functionality? That functionality allows you, whenever AI, ChatGPT, gives you their suggestions, their recommendations, to edit them online and allow AI to know what he didn't do that well and what he or she didn't do that well, or it didn't do that well, and they see that in real time. It's like editing in real time what the AI gives you. Because normally when you have a dialogue with AI, it gives you something, and then you say, okay, I like it or I don't like it, correct? This is how it works. Now, with the Canvas system, it gives you something, you change it, and sees it, and then understands that and takes that and saves that in their knowledge. So it's called Canvas because it gives you a window, like Canvas where we're painting, that you can edit, and you will see that whatever AI gives you. Instead of waiting and then telling them, I don't like what you gave me overall. So it is very, if it gives you, suppose that AI gives you 2 pages of feedback. It's very difficult, as soon as it gives you those 2 pages, to tell them, okay, I didn't like that sentence, or that word, or that paragraph, or that clause. It's much easier to do it in real time on a writing window. Correct? We will see how that works, because that's what you need to do when you write a proposal, in many different cases. And ChatGPT can do that for you. And actually, these 10 steps will take us most of our training today, because this is actually the first step and the most important one. And then in order to write the different sections, we have some prompts. We will be copy and pasting them and using them for writing the different sections, but it will not take that much time. Most of the time will be allocated on those of paramount important steps. Okay, any questions so far? Yes? Okay. Most of the AI tools, all the functionalities that the paid versions have exist in the free version also. The only difference is that when you have the paid version in any AI tool, you can use it, you can have more interaction for more time. That's the only difference. In my example, or what I will be using and I will be showing you, I will be using the paid version of ChatGPT, which costs $20 per month. But what we will be discussing can be applied also with the free version. Yes? Now, how much is the limitation? We don't know that, because it depends on how much the users of the AI tool are using ChatGPT that moment. Yes? But normally, with the paid version, you can have a full discussion for unlimited without realizing it. I never reached a saturation level with the paid version. With the free version, sometimes says, now I need to have some rest. You might receive that kind of response from ChatGPT or from any other AI tool. If you pay them, they are not allowed that easily to say that. Let's put it that way. All right. Okay, good question. Anything else? Yes? Normally, we will say that. Normally, the way we're thinking is that it takes a little bit more time. So you will see, depending on the discussions, we will be using sometimes thinking, sometimes instant, sometimes web search, sometimes Canva mode. But you will see that in real time. All right. Good question also, that one. Anything else? Okay, let's proceed with essentials behind AI. I said step 0 because we have already discussed that in my previous training, but there are some new developers that I need to make sure that you are fully aware of them. So let's see what AI can and cannot do. First of all, we need to understand what AI is, generative AI. And generative AI is, they have another name also. The name that they use is LLM. Do you know what LLM stands for? No? Large language model. So the key word here is what? Language. It is a language model. It's not a thinking model. Let's put it that way. What does that mean? That means that AI tools are very good in processing text, analyzing text, and predicting. When they giving you feedback, they're giving you a feedback not because they are thinking, but because they have processed all huge text that exists in the internet, from Wikipedia, from publications, from newspapers, from social media, from Reddit, from all different sources of text. And they've seen, based on what you are asking, they've seen some interrelationships. So they've seen that when someone is using the word research, then they know after the research, also research is very well linked with innovation, because research and innovation goes together. And they see, why? Because they've seen in all that text that research and innovation goes together. So they are matching these things, and they are predicting, and they are combining different text based on how frequent those text sequence is found in the internet text. So what they're doing, they cannot think. They are just analyzing text. So what does that mean? That means that on one hand, they are excellent in, first of all, analyzing and summarizing text. They're very good at it. And they are not giving you any misguidance. What is misguidance? Whenever you give them a text to analyze, they will not tell you any lies or something that is not valid. So when you give to AI a document to summarize it and give the bullet points, it will be very concise and very accurate, the summary that they will give. On the other hand, if you ask them to tell them, for example, something that is outside that text that you provided to them, they might be, as the word says, hallucinating. What is hallucination? They might give you some data that is false data, because they have to go outside the document that you provided to them. And the AI likes to talk a lot. Why? Because the more you talk with it, the more money AI creators get. So they encourage you to start having a discussion. So even if they don't know something, they will tell you that they know it in order to always motivate you to have a longer discussion with them. Because the AI owners will get more money. So what we are going to do here also, we're going to reduce that kind of lying that AI is doing, the hallucination thing. So we are going to give specific directions in order to avoid, as much as possible, to avoid that kind of false or inaccurate data that AI can provide to us. Why? Because, as I said, they are not thinking models. They are language models. So whenever you ask them to process language, there is no hallucination. When you are asking them to think, they pretend that they think. So in some cases, they might not give you accurate data. So I want you to have that always in mind. Because you need to make sure, when you have doubts, to check whatever you get out from AI. When do you need to do that? I will be telling you. But as a golden rule is when AI doesn't process text or online data. Whenever they don't do that, and they are asking them to think, we need to be careful and we need to check the data that is provided. Now, what else does that mean? That means that AI cannot be that creative. Why? Because whatever they're suggesting to you, as we said, has already been what? Has already been suggested somewhere else or combined. Maybe they took data from source A, they took data from source B, they combined it, they gave it to you. But it has already existed somewhere, even not in that combined form, but the different patches out of it. But if you ask them to do something completely new, for the time being, it's not possible to do it. Why? Because they don't have references anywhere. So creativity from that respect is not the strong point. They can combine things, but they cannot create things. Do you follow that? Yes? So you need to have that in mind also. Is that something that it is extremely important for us? Not necessarily. Because when we're writing a proposal, in many cases, what we are doing in the past, we were using what? We're using previous proposals, getting some examples, getting some things from proposal A, proposal B, proposal C, combining them and trying to write a new proposal, yes or no? So that is something that for us, it is okay, we can live with that, but we need to be aware. That's important. All right. Now, some things that I would like to talk also is the privacy and right or wrong issues. Now, they say that European Union legislates a lot, because there is that famous thing that they say, US innovate, Europe legislate, and China replicates. Yes? So I see that that can be true. However, I also sympathize with the European Union that was the first one to create a legislation that is called ACT. It's a legislation where it talks about how we should, any AI tool that is used in Europe should comply with some principles. The first principle is the transparency principle, which means that we need in a way to know how the AI thinks, on how it gives you feedback in the way that it gives you feedback. And that's a requirement. A second thing that is very important for the European legislation is that it specifies in cases that you should not rely on AI. And these cases are, as they call them, critical or important cases. And let me give you an example. If you use cameras with AI to detect automatically when someone violates a traffic light, so crosses with his or her car a traffic light with red, and you have an AI-enabled camera to say, okay, when someone violates, I'm going to give a fine, and now there are two ways to do that. One way is to do that automatically. Whenever someone violates, I mean, AI can do that. Why? Because they are very good in detecting incidents and automatically process a fine. However, that is considered something important because you cannot rely on AI deciding on their own exclusively on whether someone should get fined or not. So in that case, the EU AI Act says, in that case, we are not supposed to leave AI to think and decide and execute on its own. We need to have someone, a human, it's called human intervention, to do what? To say, okay, AI says that that driver violated a traffic light and he or she should get a fine. That's okay, but then you need to have a human to validate it. To say yes, to check the camera and say, yes, that's true. Let's have them a fine. And that's what EU AI Act more or less says. You are not supposed to leave it on its own to decide and execute. You need to have human intervention, and that's one scenario. And I think that's a good scenario to my view. Even though we are lagging behind AI innovation. Now there are a lot of money spent, that's why we have Digital Europe. As you've seen, one of the courses that we had before, Digital Europe, one of the pillars was to become pioneers in AI. Because we're lagging behind. But we're lagging behind for many different reasons, but now we see how we're going to catch up with that. Okay, any questions on that? Let's proceed. All right, here there are some different tools that we use. So I've seen that the majority of you have been using ChatGPT, which is good in analyzing model, but you need to give clear instructions. So they are number one in giving you very good feedback, as long as you give them good instructions. We have also Gemini, and now we have Gemini 3, which has a lot of potential, which is good also in analyzing and summarizing, but not as good as the GPT. But the advantage of Gemini is that you don't need to be that clear in instructions as in ChatGPT. So that's one thing. We have DeepSeek, which is, now we have another one, which is Kimi from Moonlight, another one, a Chinese AI tool, that they are fast. They can be quite reliable, but they are politically biased. What does that mean? That means if you use DeepSeek and ask them what happened in Tiananmen Square in the 70s, they will not tell you anything. Because we had a revolution there, you know, we had a demonstrator, a university student, and we had a tank that went over him. Well, it will keep silent. So it's politically biased. And because it's in China, there is no protection of your personal data. Yes, we cannot play around with, we cannot opt out for training the model. We have Claude. Claude is very good and in coding and in processing text. All right, so it is something that it has a lot of potential as an AI tool. We have Perplexity, which has a lot of features. The one that it's mainly famous is as the intelligence on searching the internet and different sources and giving you some feedback. Of course, there are many others. You will see also some comparison. What you need to remember is that all the free versions and the paid versions have the same functionalities, more or less, slightly differences. However, the most important one is that with the paid version, you can have more usage of per day or per hour of your interactions with it. Now, who is using Gemini? Please raise your hand also. Okay, not that many. DeepSeek. Okay, slightly. Claude. All right, interesting. Perplexity. You said one. Okay. All right. Any other one? Please tell me which one you might be using. Yes, which one? Copilot. Copilot, just for your information, good, is ChatGPT. It's the same engine, but different interface. No, so it's exactly the same thing, like they're using ChatGPT engine model, but it's a different, it's the Microsoft's interface. Any other one? Yes, I have already shared them, but maybe you came a little bit late, because there's a dialogue. Yes, and also you can get from the colleagues the QR code for downloading them. Yes. Good question, by the way. Anything, any other tool? Sorry? Yes, for translation, although, yes, ChatGPT is doing, all the others doing excellent job, but yes, DeepSeek. Anything else? Notebook LMS, yes, and LMM for creating, analyzing documents and creating podcasts also and giving you in audio format summaries and combining, which is part of Google. Very good. Anything else? Yes? Yes. Okay, I don't like them. Why? First of all, because they will be using your feedback for getting better. And I don't like what I mean with that. You're using them, you're sharing some of your arguments, some of previous extracts from previous proposals, and you don't control your data on that. Yes? That's one thing. The other thing is that personally, I believe, because you don't know how they work, and they don't know how they process it, they just give you something. I believe that with ChatGPT or with any other AI tool, with the steps that we discussed and the prompts, you're going to be by far more efficient than them. And that's my strong view on that. What was it? Yes, but it's not that effective. It's by far more effective and efficient to work with these processes and these prompts. It will be better the outcome that you will get. Because yes, you will get a proposal, but the point is not to get a text for your proposal, is to get a text for your proposal that's going to impress the evaluator. And the way that we're going to discuss today is going to be by far more efficient on that. So you will get by far better output than doing it with AI Granter or any other tool that they used. And for example, AI Granter and the others, they don't follow the state of the art, because tomorrow you might have a new model, and in order to, from ChatGPT, we have now 5.1. Maybe we have ChatGPT 6 or 5.2 next time. In order to transit from the current model to the new one, those tools, they need a lot of development work before. It's not that easy to work properly. Yes? Yes, yes, yes. I mean, they say that they use it, but it's not that effective. Huh? Okay, let me see what else. No, I think that's for the time being more than enough. Now, we have here, we can differentiate a little bit the AI tools. We can differentiate them. We have AI tools and we have different versions of the AI tools. These different versions are called models. So we have in all the different AI providers, we have ones that we can call them standard models, standard language models, which are the ones that they can give you output quite quickly without thinking in quotes. So they are processing text and they're giving you information. And we have, on the other hand, some thinking models or reasoning models, where in order to give you the answer, they analyze more text. And it takes more time for them to reply. They are not actually thinking, but they spend more resources, more energy, and more time for giving you feedback, so they analyze more text, knowledge, so they might give you better output. Now, so based on the model, the AI provider, we have different versions of reasoning or standard LLM models. If you don't know where to use which, so there was a question from your colleague whether we should be using thinking model or instant model of ChatGPT. If you have question marks, then, and you don't mind regarding time, how much time it will take you to get a response, use the thinking model as a rule of thumb. Yes? Use the thinking model. But in many cases, you don't need the thinking model, or you need to be aware the reasoning models, one thing that they like, when they spend a lot of time to analyze things, they are quite verbose. What verbose means? They give you a lot of text, and some of that text might be superfluous, not essential for your case. So if you see that you get that kind of feedback from the AI model, then you might need to consider either changing or indicating what you do like or what you didn't like. Because it's good to have that kind of interaction. the reasoning models are very good when you need a little bit deeper analysis. So for getting some risks in your implementation strategy, for getting some steps for your communication, exploitation, dissemination, so they need to dig deeper and they need to analyze more text. So in that case, we need to use the thinking models, the thinking versions of the existing AI models. Now, the good thing with ChatGPT is that you have the ChatGPT, you have the instant version, which is the standard one. You have the thinking version, which is the reasoning version, and you have the auto version. The auto version is that you allow ChatGPT to decide which of whether to use the standard or the reasoning one, based on the request that you have made. So another way is that if you want to feel safe, to always use in ChatGPT the 5.1 auto version on that. Now, some things that are quite interesting, and you can get that from artificial analysis website. That's an unbiased website that assesses the different models. Now, you will see that we have two parameters that are quite important. One is the quality of the feedback that you get. Let's call it intelligence. And the other one is the time it takes to give you feedback, the speed. So if you see them, you will see, first of all, quite close, the Gemini Pro, Cloud Opus 4.5, and GPT 5.1, which is the GPT 5.1, thinking that more or less are in the same position from the quality of the output that you get from them. On the other hand, you see also from the speed point of view that GPT 5.1 is doing better to respond faster. It's faster. Of course, just for your information, GPT OS is the open source version of GPT that you need to install it, etc. So we don't consider it here, but it is there from artificial intelligence graph. So you see that a good balance between intelligence and speed is also confirmed from GPT-5. You see, GPT-5 is doing quite well, and from the quality of feedback that you get, but also from the speed point of view. That's one element. The other one is that in ChatGPT, there were a lot of investments take place, and it had the advantage of a newcomer. Of course, also Claude and also Gemini are very good and promising players in the same area. What we don't see here, you might see we have also some European versions. We have Mistral that is doing it. Is a European also as open source. It might be a good practice for installing it in your own organization infrastructures, but it requires a lot of knowledge and a lot of intelligence, expertise from your staff. So for the time being, if you don't have that kind of expertise and resources in-house, then it might be better to use some of those versions that are online. Another thing that is also very important is this is how better, from the quality point of view, AI models have progressed. And we are here in around November, end of November, 1st of December. This is last year's, and this is what we have this year's. So what do you notice from this graph here? From the intelligence point of view, what do you notice? Just 1 year behind. You notice more or less what? Doubled. The intelligence almost was doubled. So if you're using AI a year ago, comparing to how you're using AI today, it has been more or less doubled the quality of feedback that you get out of it. And we don't know what will happen in 1 year from now. Probably it's not doubled. It's 4 times more efficient, following that rhythm. Because 2 years ago, or something like that, it was quite low. So you see that it expands rapidly. And you see it here, this is ChatGPT, this is DeepSeek, this is Google. So you see now new players coming on the board, and you see how they are progressing. So what I want you to keep from that graph is that the intelligence year per year is getting rapidly, exponentially better. This is what we expect. So, which means that if you don't start using AI now, you will lose a lot of advantage. Others will be doing, and they will be having a very powerful tool. What is AI? AI is like, I want you to imagine like a tractor. You know, farmers. Farmers, when they were growing their crops manually, they were doing it, and they were doing it in a way that they believed was efficient. So the more labor you have, the more efficient you could be. Then we had tractors introduced. And now one tractor could do the work of 10 of 20 different labor hands. So it's up to you to decide. Now, because we will have more and more tractors, are you going to continue doing things manually? Or you're going to use a tractor for your farming tasks? Because AI is more or less, for the time being, is a tractor. Maybe in 2 years it will be something by far more advanced. But for the time being, is a tractor. So that's why we need to know how to use it efficiently and to our advantage. Because if you don't know how to drive a tractor, then your tractor, AI, will be useless. And it's not very wise to ask others to do the tractor on you. First of all, because you are depending on them. If you don't know how to use a tractor and you ask someone else to drive the tractor for you, you are depending on him or her. And we don't want that. And you don't know how good tractor driver is. And we need to make sure that we are going to become good tractor drivers instead of delegating that to others. And that's also important. Any questions for the time being on that? Okay. So the cost of ChatGPT, it remains relatively cheap. I mean, comparing to the free version and the paid version, you can have it with just $20 per month, which is okay. We can live with that, definitely. And as you see here, more or less, the difference is that you can have, what is 80 messages? Mainly 80 interactions, feedback, dialogue, within every 3 hours. So in most of the cases, it's more than enough to have 80 interactions, 80 discussions within 3 hours. That can vary depending, as I said, on how busy AI is the time that you're using it. The good thing or bad thing, I don't know, is that we had different time zones, for example, between US and Europe. So when normally we're using AI, US is not using AI, so that can be a little bit balanced. So we might have better numbers than that when we use it from Europe. The other thing is that you can get the ChatGPT if you want to work in a team where there you have more usage per person, but you need to have at least 2 users, and each one of them paying $30 per month per user. Now we have ChatGPT Pro that you are requested to pay $200 per month, and it claims to avoid hallucinations as much as possible, but I don't recommend you to do that. It's too expensive for the benefit, for the time being, to get that kind of value. You are by far more when you are with the individual ChatGPT Plus of $20, and as long as you know it, because even if you pay $200, that doesn't guarantee that you will have less, what is hallucination? Less false information. It's not still guaranteed. So, to my view, we can live with, and it's better to have the ChatGPT Plus. Now, one thing, and we'll do it after that, is that, as I say, with ChatGPT and with Gemini, you can opt out from training the model. By default, however, you're training the model unless you opt out, and we'll do that later. In Claude, on the other hand, by default, you're not training the model. If you want to train the model, then you can select it. And that's the difference between Gemini, ChatGPT, in comparison to Claude. With Claude, you're not training the model by default when you start using it and when you're creating an account. With DeepSeek, as we said, you don't have that kind of possibility. You're always training the model. You don't have the possibility to opt out. Of course, you can download the open source version that they have, but it's a little bit complicated to use it, and etc. If you want to experiment with different models before deciding which one to use and stick, because what we said is important to stick with one AI tool, is to use Abacus. Abacus is, it has a very nice user interface, and with that user interface you can use all the latest language models with a fraction of the monthly subscription that you have with any one of those models, AI models. So you pay just $10 per month, and you have full access to all the different AI engines, models that exist in the market. Now, you can have it, but what did we discuss? This is important for deciding which tool to use. But what is important, as I said at the beginning, is to stick with one AI tool. Why? Because you need to learn from them, they need to learn from you. So for me, my advice is you can use Abacus for deciding which tool you should be using. Yeah? And as soon as you have that, then stick with that. Use the interface of the other one, because it gives you also some further capabilities to go directly and using an AI tool instead of using Abacus as interface for the other tools, because some of the things that we're going to do today, you cannot do them with Abacus. You need to use the direct interface of your AI tool. But it's a good, as I said, it's a good solution for understanding which one to use and which one to stick. Has anyone used Abacus before? Nothing? Okay. All right. Now, identifying the most suitable goals for your organization with the use of AI. Now, this is something that I'm using now a different laptop, not my laptop. So what we will do together, because you don't have access to that. So first of all, we need to go to the, let me see here, escape. We need to go to the AI tools. So, because we'll be doing some demonstration. Let me see now. Here. So this is the. So, if you have already been familiar with Digital Europe, there are two ways to have access to the Digital Europe calls. One is through the Funding and Tenders portal online, that you have a limited version of the Digital Europe description. And the other one is to download the PDF documents with all the information there. So if we go to the here, open link. So we'll go to the funding and others portal. We'll see, I will move it. Let me see. It's not the best. So this is the funding and others portal. First of all, we need to identify, let me open it, which are the calls. This is Digital Europe, and as a submission status, we have forthcoming and open ones. So we check the latest ones, and we made sure that we use also the direct calls and not any other choices. So if we do that, we will see that there are around 20 calls open. That's 20 calls. So suppose that we wanted to have a quick look on which one of those could be interesting in our case. The use without AI is that you go here and you say, all right, let me put my expertise. I will put like security or cyber security. Cyber security. And then you see what you can get out of it if there are any calls. Let me see. Okay, you found 7 calls that are dealing, out of the 22 that are dealing with cybersecurity. Now, that is, let me open that, so it's a little bit difficult for me to, okay. So, that's a nice way to do it. However, what is the disadvantage of that process? If you're looking for calls and you're going to the funding and others portal, you're using it, what is the disadvantage of that practice? Exactly, that's one thing, that you need the word that you are including to be mentioned specifically in the call topic description, either in the title or in the call topic text, which is okay. Yes. However, it could have been a better way to do it, because cybersecurity is something that I know that existed and that's okay, but maybe you're not dealing with cybersecurity, but you could contribute to cybersecurity calls if you are doing something else. So what is a good practice is you go to the reference documents, and in the reference documents you select the Digital Europe program. And these are all the documents related to that program. You go to work programs, call documents, you go to the latest ones, and these are the latest programs in all the different pillars. So you see here 2026, 2026, 2026. The only one that is a different one is the security. So you go to all of these and you download them. So there's a PDF document. You see here, this is the full call topic description. This is the call Digital Europe ADS Health Tool. And this is the automotive. There is another one, I think. Okay. And you download them. And you download all the documents. So I will put them into the downloads folder. and you download all the latest for 2026, all the latest work programs. So we do that for that, we do that for that. So these are 3. I think there are about 6, apart from cybersecurity, which is somewhere different. So these are the 2026 work programs. You save it also that one, and you go here, you save that one, and then you go here, you save that one. If we're using my laptop, I have already downloaded them, but that's okay because I show you also how to do it in your case. So you download all the work programs. So we downloaded them, and then we can do it in a different way. So we downloaded all the work programs, and then we can use that prompt here. Let's say that our organization offers an AI or something else. So this is here what we have here. So we copy and paste it, and we're going to tell them, okay, give me the ones that I should be interested, and if you read here and suggest which calls we should be interested in and how we can contribute. Yes? So you can either here change that with your own expertise, whatever your expertise is, or your technology focus, whatever that is, and then you say our organization offers, you write here what it offers, and then please analyze the attached work programs and suggest which calls we should be interested in and how we can contribute. So I'm going to copy and paste that in the ChatGPT. So hopefully it will work in this laptop, so copy that. I will go to ChatGPT if I find it here. So this is the ChatGPT. So I can include that here, paste it. Paste it, yes. Our organization offers, and then I'm going to upload all the documents that I downloaded from the work program. So all this. Okay, I didn't choose any project. Let me do that, and then I will ask you to do it by yourself, but I want you first to focus here. Don't do it in parallel with me. Focus here, don't do it by yourselves, and then we can try to do it by yourself. So, I will go once more, and I'm show you what I'm going to do. I describe my own organization. In my case, my organization has that kind of expertise. In your case, something different. So I go to Chat, I have downloaded all the work programs. I go to ChatGPT, I copy that. I go to ChatGPT. Sorry. and I'm going to upload all the work programs that I downloaded before. Open them. So you see it uploads all the documents. And I say, our organization offers whatever we offer. Please analyze the attached work programs and suggest which calls we should be interested in and how we can contribute. Not only which one we should be interested in, but how we can contribute. And here, select thinking, because you need a little bit more analysis. Or if we want to, no, the thinking is better. So if we do that, normally it will start thinking a little bit now. And we should get as an output those calls from the future work program from 2026, all those calls that we should be interested in and how we can contribute. So let's see what we will get, and then we can spend 5 minutes for you to do it by yourself, if you want. But let's see now, first of all, what we will get, if we get something useful. Yes? Because we uploaded a lot of documents, and these are long documents. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are the work programs of 2026, apart from security. Because security is not there, you need to find it somewhere else. Don't spend time on that, that's okay. So, yes, because exactly, we're not that specific. You need to be more specific. What do you want? Analyze with what parameter? Yes, it will give you something, but it will hallucinate. It might give you some false data. So we need to be as specific as possible. So the question was, okay, can we ask it without uploading the documents to give us some feedback? It will give you feedback, but it will not be that accurate. So we need, in many cases, to upload the document that we would like to be processed. All right. Okay, sorry, it takes a lot of time. I will switch it to instant, because I will copy that again, because it takes a lot of time. So, organization, I'm going to upload the add photos and files again, those, because I need more time. It takes too much time for having them. Open them. Again, all right. And as soon as that arrow gets, now I can write it. I change it from thinking to instant, because sometimes you've seen that by putting the thinking, it takes a lot of time. And you see here that it gave me for each one of those work programs. So we have that one, AI. Okay, definitely what the call wants, how you could contribute, recommendations. This one is one of the best fits, especially if your AI tool solves pain points for public bodies. I'll give you some hint. Then another call, why it fits you. You fit very naturally, how you contribute. So without reading, how many pages? 500? We got a very nice feedback. Now, of course, that's a good starting point. Whenever it gives us that kind of information, then we're going to go to that specific call and check whether it applies for us accurately. But in that case, because it's analyzing text, in 90% of the cases, it is very accurate information. What they might have missed is some further calls. But for the calls that they are giving here, the information is accurate. Why? Because we uploaded that information as attachment to the AI model. Okay, questions, because I saw some hands raised. Yes, first. 5.1, the instant one, because it's faster. Yes, it is. No, because for the time being, you're not sharing any knowledge by yourself. You are just using public document, you attach public document. Next time we will do that. The next step will be that. But for the time being, because you didn't share any sensitive information, you don't care about that. So the question was, do we need to opt out for training the model? Not now, because now we didn't share something sensitive. The next step will be to opt out from training the model because we will be sharing some more sensitive information. Yes, please.
I'm thinking, shall we upload the information about organization into like the folder, and shouldn't it then give a better fit proposals or even greater contribution ideas? Because like what I'm thinking, if you just provide a couple of sentences about your organization, it might lose on a good collaboration or contribution ideas, and they might be very standard. But yeah, that's my thinking here.
The idea is, of course, here for the sake of workshop, yes, we did that way. A better way could be also to upload your profile of your organization with previous projects that you have developed, completed. More details regarding here was very generic. AI solution. We didn't provide what was that AI solution. So the more specific we are, either by attaching our own profile with more details or by describing that in the prompt window, is better. I'm trying now to be as general as possible in this training. But in your case, you need to be as specific as possible. But still, with something that was generic, we got some good feedback. The more specific you are, the more useful will be the feedback that you're going to get. So your colleague said, shall we, instead of putting that general thing here that we just are an AI-based solution, can we upload or can we put our specific profile with the project that we have completed? Yes, and you're strongly recommended to do so. The idea behind it is to know how you can use now AI for identifying some calls that you should be interested in and how you can contribute to those. All right, good. Any other question? Yes? So you're using the free version? So you cannot use the instant one? Is someone else using the free version of ChatGPT? So it doesn't allow you to upload documents?
It does, it allows. On the 5.1, not ChatGPT. I haven't tried 5.1.
Just regular ChatGPT, yes, I can use it, but 5.1 is all.
What about the others? You have the free version or the paid version? Yeah. So you upload, see, he managed to upload 3 documents. On. Here. So you're using that one here, so you don't have. So this is the free, yes, this is the latest one, 5.1. Yes, but can you upload?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, you?
I should just use this, the regular ChatGPT?
Yes. So, and you managed to upload up to 3?
10. On the regular ChatGPT, I can do 10, I think. On this one, I cannot upload anything, the 5.1 version. Doesn't let me, it just shows me.
Okay, use the ChatGPT 5.
Just regular.
Yes, and upload it. Okay. Okay. You will get good feedback also. Okay. So any other questions on that? Sorry. It is included, but it's not mentioned. It is free, but it's not called instant. It's called ChatGPT 5. Yes, yes, but it has the same functionality. At some stage, you need to decide to use the paid version. Yes. But now, for the sake of workshop and experimenting, you can have the ChatGPT 5 as it is. It has the same functionalities and thinking and etc. ChatGPT 5. GPT 5, yes, that's the usual version. Yes. Did you use it? But you can use it ChatGPT 5. Mm-hmm. But where are you now? Go to the ChatGPT. You're not in ChatGPT? Okay. So, you have ChatGPT. Why don't you upload the documents here?
Didn't know where to get them.
Here. Upload the documents. Which ones? Have you downloaded them? Yes, 3. Okay. So, what is the difference between the paid and the free version is how much you can use it. So, with the free version, now is you can upload up to 3 documents. With the paid version, you can upload as many as you wish. A maximum, I think, 10 at the same time, but maybe sometimes more, depending on the usage. Shall we proceed? Shall we stick on that task, or what do you want? Proceed. Thank you. So I will proceed, please. You have the instructions to do that also later by your own, because some people are using ChatGPT already. So let me go back and let me show you now. And see that, please pay attention here. How you make sure that your data remains safe by not training the model with your input. So how we do that, and you need to pay attention here because it changes from version to version. So let me see where is the, here, so this is the window. You go to your profile, so you need to log in. You go to your profile, you go to settings. I will repeat it again, but I'm just showing to you. Data controls, and here you say improve the model for everyone, you say off. By default is on. So you need to set it to off. I will do it once more. For the free version. What do you mean? For the paid? No. You go to the paid, you go to settings, you go to data controls, you have it improve the model for everyone. So you say, I need to put it here, so one moment. You need to click somewhere here. So it's improve the model for everyone is by default on. You need to make sure that you are switching it off and done. So.
Viską leidžia.
Yes, you improve the model for everyone, not for you. For you, it will be improved anyhow. But for everyone, sometimes you might be using some parts of your own proposal. And those parts of your proposal can be used for training the model for someone else when they ask, okay, give me an extract on how to write the impact and the dissemination in Digital Europe. They might use some of your knowledge for giving suggestions to them. It's good. If you don't put information, you're just processing. Very good point. Public information, it's fine, as what we did before. So that's why we did that before. Because you can do that without any customization, without restricting. Yes, or your own idea, your proposal idea, and etc. So it's better to do it. So you go to the, so do you go, so you go to here, you go to your profile. And you go to settings. And you go to data controls. And you make sure that this is off. By default, it will be on. Who? Yes? No, it doesn't work like that. You will get the information from the others. So it doesn't affect the efficiency of the system. So who has managed to do it? Who has managed to do it? Okay, thank you. So please see your hands. If you have any questions during the break, you can ask your colleagues how they did it. All right. Okay, did you manage to do it also? Yeah. That's why. Okay, perfect. So let's have a break, Aurelia.
Yes.
For 15 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, until 11:30.
Okay.
And go on with that. All right, enjoy your break. And if you haven't done it, please try to do it, and I will be helping you during the break also. Okay, now let's proceed with the next step. Okay, the next step is we need to give to AI what we like and what we don't like. Now, in many cases, I don't know from your experience, when you have interactions with AI, you receive some words that they sound like this is AI. So these words are, for example, these ones here at the very beginning. So even when we evaluate proposals, sometimes we see some words that they say, okay, these are probably produced from AI. When they are very sophisticated, meticulously, or airy, or unprecedented. So what we like is, I would like to give a ban list to your AI tool not to use those words. That doesn't mean that it's not 100% guarantee that they will not use them, but at least it will avoid using them in most of the times. So one thing that you can do, and I will show you, is to put a list of things that, words that you don't like, or they are like philosophers. So this is a list here. Of course, you can update it. It is in your notes. Then I will show you how you can include that into personalization. So my first advice is to create a ban list, something that you don't want to be included in the feedback that you have from the AI tool. The second is sometimes they use a lot of personal, I don't like emojis, icons, and etc. in the output, like a rocket or like a smile. So I would like to take them out. So I give them, it is not 100% guarantee, but I want to tell them, I don't provide any input at all with symbols, icons, or emojis. Yes? So that's one another thing. Then, apart from those ban things that we don't want, also we can do some things for reducing hallucination and getting more useful feedback. And that can be by default in the instructions of the ChatGPT or an AI tool. So if you don't know the answer, this is what I'm telling them here, then okay, ask me some questions that I can clarify things. If you don't understand something or you are a little bit blocked, which can happen very often with AI, then I would like to state your assumptions, that tell me what are your assumptions explicitly, and then continue without waiting for me anything else. And also act as a senior, these are another instructions, act as a senior autonomous collaborator. Once the goal is clear, gather, context plan, and carry the work to a complete usable result. So I'm giving him instructions on how they should behave and giving me how they should be thinking. And I'm giving them also instructions on how they should providing feedback. Yes, be direct, avoid repeated knowledge, think carefully before answering. And apart from that, whenever, for example, here I can tell them whenever I'm giving you log documents or PDFs, before answering them, first give me a clear summary of the key points and structure, and as soon as you give them, then analyze them. Or improving something that sometimes it might be handy if you want to improve your skills in what kind of questions to ask to your AI tool. What you can include also in your instructions, especially when you are at a beginner level, and it's by briefly telling me what I could improve in my prompt or approach next time. And that's very powerful, because if you are studying now and you're not that experienced, you're strongly advised to have that kind of customization, and you will see how, in your AI tool in order to train you. To tell you how to give better requests. Let's put it that way. Yes?
Sorry, just microphone.
When you give instructions to ChatGPT, they give you an answer, and second answer is not according to instructions. So do you have to give instructions each time you ask something?
Whenever you see that it doesn't give you clear instructions, then you have to be specific. Exactly. But in order to avoid doing that as many times as possible, it's always a good practice to set in the customizations what you like. And we will do that. That's why we have that kind of instructions here, that we're going to include them in the general settings of the AI tool. Yes? That doesn't guarantee that it will follow them all the time, but it will follow them most of the time. Any other question? All right. So also here, sometimes the ChatGPT or any other AI tool get saturated. They got tired. So one way to do is either to create a new dialogue with a new window, a new fresh window, or you can have that kind of instructions, customization, and say, if the thread gets messy or unclear, pause, restate the core problem from scratch, and suggest a fresh, focused prompt to restart with. So that can be also something that we can have in the general customizations. So how we include any of those instructions in the general settings of ChatGPT. I will do that quickly now. You don't have to do it by yourself, because that will be in the recorded version, so you will be able to see to watch the recording and see how you can do it at your own time. But we are here in our window. We go again to our profile. We go to we go to settings or to personalization or directly to personalization. And these are the custom instructions. So here you can give any instructions that you wish. There is, however, a character limit. So if you want to include all of them, for example, it's not possible. So you need to select which ones you would like to select, or anything else that you believe it is appropriate in your case. So you need to choose. My suggestion is always to put this, at least the first one, to remove A-like or ChatGPT or AI words for helping AI not to think like any other AI tool. So at least the first thing is something that I strongly recommend you to include in your customization. Now the rest, it's up to you which one to decide. If you are starting now, you can always include, you are advised to include that also. So you know what you can improve in your approach. So that's the second one if you're a beginner. If you are already quite familiar with prompts and how to have dialogues, that's not important. So that's why you don't see me in my customizations. So just for the sake of completeness, you don't have to do it now. You just go to your profile here and directly to personalizations or to settings. It's the same thing. You go to personalization and you include the custom instructions here. All right, so this is the most important thing, the custom instructions. The other ones are not that relevant. Okay, so we set it up also. We make sure that we want the AI to think as we want them to think. And as I said, there's not a guarantee that we will follow that all the time, but most of the time it will follow it. So it's a good practice. And then step 4, before going to the most important, which step 5 and 6, is how to write effective prompts. And for that, we will use the create principle. What is the create principle? The create principle is how you should be giving instructions to the AI. And create is a nice acronym because it reminds you how you're going to build your requests, your prompts. First of all, you need to give a character, how you want your AI to think about. So whenever you're having a dialogue, you need to let them know how you want them to think. Do they need to think like a consultant expert in digital Europe and AI? Do you want them to act as an evaluator? So do you want to act something like a critical person? So character is very important. Next is request. You need to be very clear on what kind of action you would like from the ChatGPT. You will see also some examples, we will analyze them also. You need also, whenever, you don't like what you get from AI, you need to tell it. So you need to have some additions on how they should be thinking. And you need always to tell them how you like the output. Do you want it in a table format? Do you want it in a bullet format? Do you want a narrative format? And we will see at the end also some extras on how to avoid hallucination with some tips with any AI tool. So the first thing is tell them how they should be thinking, the persona, what is their role. So for that, we can tell them as an example. You are an expert with more than 20 years experience designing studies for achieving short-term and long-term benefits from research and AI solutions. You can create eye-opening impact studies, especially for digital Europe goals, and specifically for the call X. Whenever you're starting something, you need also to focus on that. Now, do you need to say specifically for the call? Not necessarily. But maybe it works slightly better. But if you're in doubt, you can leave that out, specifically for the call. But that's an example. Give them a persona, and you will see also later, when we'll be building a proposal, how we use that kind of prompt properly. The other one is to tell me what you want. After the persona, in the same prompt, you see, okay, your request. This is the task you want AI to do for you. So you need to imagine that you talk to someone that has no clue on what you want, because sometimes we do the mistake that we give requests assuming that AI knows better than we do. And we shouldn't work like that. So how we should be working? we need to be very specific. I want you to suggest measures, project measures and prerequisites on achieving each of the following deliverables from this call. And you see here, you see that we emphasize whenever you want something that you believe is important, you try to capitalize it. So when you capitalize something, you're emphasizing it. You make it very clear and distinct. So as a tip, whenever you're writing something and you want AI to pay full attention to it, you capitalize it. Because that will facilitate the response also. The next one is that it's always nice to give examples, and you can give examples, as you will see also later, based on previous best practices. So what does that mean? That means that do whatever I want you to do, but I want you to draw suggestions from previously funded similar projects like Project A, Project B, Project C, and what we say here at, this is the website. Project A at website A. Project B at website B. Project C at website C. So you give them specific references, what they should look for. And that helps the AI tool to have to give you better output of higher quality. Adjustments, as I said, quite often you will not like something that you get from AI. You tell them that. Be specific. These are general suggestions. Please be more specific and innovative in your response. So when you don't like something, you indicate it. You're very clear to that. Don't compromise with this. And always tell them how you like the output. If you don't tell them, they will give you an output, maybe in a narrative format, maybe in a table format. If you're not satisfied with the layout, you let them know. And sometimes here you will see that they give us an output that we're not that satisfied. So you will see how I will be instructing AI to give me in a format that I want the output. So, but something you can have generally is present your findings in a table with the first column, so you can say what kind of table you want. The first column with deliverables, second column with the suggested action, third column with the target groups, or something like that. The more specific we are, the better it is. All right. Yes, please.
Do you give those instructions all at once? And is it okay with ChatGPT? It's not too much for it?
Yes, it's okay. It's always good to be comprehensive. So you can write all this, the create principle, you can have it in one prompt, in one dialogue space. It will not get confused. It can process a lot of information in one dialogue. So it's always a good practice. Now, even if you do that, you will see sometimes that you don't get the output that you want. That's okay. When you get the output, then you correct it. And you say, I don't want it like that, I want it in a different way. And you specify how you want it. And when we will be working with a canvas, you will see that you can edit the output online so they can understand better what you like and what you don't like, which is even better. But all in one. It's better for the AI tool. Unless there is something overlapping and conflicting. But if it is not, we work like that. And here, these are some extras that you need to have in mind when you are having a dialogue with the AI tool. Yes? So these extras are, for example, ask me questions before you answer. That that avoids sometimes AI giving hallucinations and some false facts. Or explain your thinking, or act unlike a typical AI. That can work quite nicely, especially outside the banned words. Also, specific words like bridge, let's, step by step, I trust you. These are words that practice has shown that whenever you're using them in your dialogues, in your prompts, you get better feedback out of it. Higher quality, less hallucination, more reliable information from them. Also, although that is getting better and better, you can say, do whatever and then write. So do an analysis, do a brainstorm, do an outline, and then write, or then suggest the strategy for dissemination exploitation. In some cases, if you're dealing with some complex concepts that you want to be fully understood, you can say, explain to me like I'm a 15-year-old. I mean, 15-year-old kids are quite intelligent still. So you will not get something very simple in response, but something that can be comprehensive by also a generalist. Because in many cases, when we evaluate proposals, don't expect that we have vertical. When we evaluate proposals on behalf of the European Commission, don't expect that we have vertical knowledge on the topic. We have a general one. So sometimes, in order to understand the essentials behind it, we need some language that there are cases that also a 15-year-old boy can understand, or a 15-year-old girl can understand. And also very useful is to, whenever we want to, not to attach a document for processing, but we want to include that, that text as copy and paste inside the dialogue box, it's always nice to use triple quotes. Not double quotes or single quotes, but triple quotes like this one here. So whenever you want to analyze the following call topic description, the following can follow in triple quotes. It's better for AI to understand and distinguish your request from the text that they have to process. So these are some extras that we have on that. All right. So sometimes if you want, you can use OpenAI Playground, or there are some custom GPTs for optimizing your prompts. I'm just including here for the sake of completeness. I'm not asking you to use it. You will see that the more dialogue you have with AI, the better will be your communication with them. Now, and you will see examples of create. So later, when we will be building the different sections in the application of Digital Europe, we will be using the create principle. But before doing it, which is more or less a straightforward process, because if we have the prompts, then we can write quite effective ones, and we can have very clear requests. But what is important is, as I said, to gather now knowledge regarding our proposal, our call topic. So here in our case, first of all, we need to create a folder within our environment, within ChatGPT in our case, where we're going to input all these documents that we would like AI to be aware for giving us suggestions regarding the different sections in the grant application. Now, how we do that? So first of all, we go to our window here. So this is our AI environment. And here we're going to create a folder. So we go here, and it's a new project. So we're going to include here the call. So let's see the call. Yeah, which one we had? It was the one that we're going to work. I think it was. Let me enlarge it. Yes, the competitions one, correct. So it's this one here. So I take the title. Control, sorry. And then I'm going to my tool here. I say new project. And I'm writing here the title of my project. Digital, that's the call topic ID. Yes, that's the name. So we need to have that here, and we say create project. This will be more or less a folder. Yes, we're going to create the folder, and then we're going to upload documents. So this is the folder here, and we can add many files. So definitely one of the files that we're going to add now is the call topic description. And the call topic description, it's the one with the skills. So this one here. So I will skills. Okay, I can drag and drop it, but so I can, any document that I would like, I can drag and drop it here. And we will be adding a lot of documents here. So the first one is the work program, the call topic description. Yes, okay. That was added. So I'm okay with that. I can close it and add files. You will see, okay, maybe I didn't wait for it to load. I will do it once more. Okay, so I did it twice. So it has it already here. We did it. It says one file. All right. So we'll be having 10 files, 8 files. But this is something that we want. Now, I created a folder and I leave it aside for the time being. What I have added, just one thing, the call topic description. Is that enough? No. Sorry? Okay, you will see it later. That folder will be always here in your profile. So here you will see we have that folder here, always there at the right hand side. If you don't see it, you need to make it. You need to extend the window. Okay. So we create the folder. We leave it aside because we are going to upload a lot of information now to that folder. And that's the important thing. Now let's see what kind of information we're going to upload, because we have a lot of different options on that. So we talked about that, sorry, we have, and so this is the step 6. What kind of documents are we going to work on those documents? And that's actually what we will do until, definitely until lunchtime, because it's important. Step 6 is very important. And you will see what we will be doing here. Now, some of the documents, of course, there are many others, but some of the documents are, for example, the call topic description. Have we done that? Yes, we did that. Another one is the application template. Yes, we need to know what the application, we need to let AI know what the application looks like, because otherwise it will be difficult for us to ask them to write a section if they're not aware of what the application looks like. So that's the second document that we need to upload. The third one, which is not applicable today, because we don't have them yet, is any info day material. What is an info day? Info day is an event that the European Commission organizes in order to inform the potential applicants what is the call about. You can upload those slides. When we have them, we'll upload them. Now we don't have them. What else? We would like the dissemination exploitation guide by the European Commission. There is a guide that says what is dissemination, what is communication, and what you need to be aware. So we would like AI to know about that. Okay, so accept all cookies. So that's a dissemination guide. And communication, why is the difference, why it matters. If you download it, you will see it. It's this one here. Of course, it's for Horizon Europe, but it doesn't matter. The principle is exactly the same. So we need to know them about that. What is dissemination? What is communication? What is exploitation? Because we are asked to do that. So that's another document that we will upload. All right, so we have that here. So we close that. Close all tabs. So we need to upload that to the folder, to the project folder. So we go here. We can add one more file, and then we'll do them one in one go. So it's this one. Open it, add it. Communication and exploitation. Yes, and that's as soon as it is done, and that's okay. So we can close that window, and we see here two files. All right, so we will be adding them. No, you cannot upload links, but you can upload a document with links. And we will do that. So you need to create a document with links. And we will do that later, because that's important. All right. But for the time being, because we will, for example, uploading a document with previous related funny projects with their links. And that's important. And we'll do it. Now, if there are any, it's not applicable, but in the call, in the Funding Address portal, you need to upload any frequently asked questions. AI should know any questions that have been raised regarding the call. So you go to the Funding and Tenders portal, you see whether there are any questions there. So for example, here we were in the EU Funding and Tenders portal, we were in the here you will see that here these are the Digital Euro projects. If you choose this one, uptake of cybersecurity, here in the section it has frequently asked questions. Sorry, maybe I passed them. It's very limited. Here, topic Q&As. For this call, they didn't ask for any question. That's okay. If they were asking, we need actually to go and copy and paste them in one document, because they cannot process it from here. So we need to go, copy and paste, and the question, and the answer, include them in a Word document, and then we're going to upload that Word document into the project folder. In this case, do they have any questions? No, we don't upload it yet. We don't do anything. Clear? But there are calls that there are a lot of questions that are asked. So we need to make sure that we copy and paste each one of those questions. Don't expect AI to go here and process them. You need to copy and paste them in a Word document and then upload that Word document in the folder. All right? So we do that. Then the next thing is what we did last time on Digital Europe. So you can upload either this course, but better the previous courses that we have on course 3, how to build a proposal step by step. So that was last time's course. You have access to that. And you can ask Aurelia and Corina to provide them to you. Upload that PDF set of slides into the project files, into the project folder. Yes. So why? Because we give some instructions on how to write the proposal. So that could be useful. Now, any related state-of-the-art current infrastructures or policy publications to be developed and uploaded later. We don't have that information yet. Any roadmaps or policy agendas to be developed, not uploaded, to be uploaded later, not developed yet. Any other documents that we believe are necessary. First of all, one that is for all the Digital Europe and actually for or programs that the TRL is quite high, we talked about the TRL last time, is first of all the Draghi's study. It took place last year, it was published. It's more or less the Bible of the European Commission for any innovation projects, including Digital Europe. What do we need to do? So that one is definitely one that we need to take into consideration in all our projects, specifically the ones that are dealing with higher TRLs. So this is So this is the Draghi report. We need to know definitely the European competitiveness. Why? Because Digital Europe is actually that, to support and advance the competitiveness in the digital era. So we definitely need that. You download the report, and we're going to upload it later when we're going to upload everything. So for the time being, we just download it. Okay. So the future of European competitiveness. Why? Because we need our proposal to be aligned with that report. We need to take that into consideration. So then we have another here. So the other one maybe, and you will see, to be developed, related studies from big consultancy companies related to the call topic description. We need to find whether there are any. We will do that. Or from joint research centers. What is a joint research center? So these are European Commission institutions that they conduct studies on behalf of the European Commission in specific areas. So if they have conducted already some studies in the topic of your call, you need to know that. And you need to consider that in your proposal. So we have that also. We will see how we'll get some of them. And then we definitely need, not developed yet, but we need to know which are projects. First of all, before asking that, Digital Europe, what is more or less the starting TRL of Digital Europe projects? What is a TRL? The technological maturity of your solution now. And what will be the TRL by the end of the project? The technological maturity of your solution, technological readiness level, by the end of the project. So if you have attended, or from your experience, what is the starting point of the technological maturity, TRL level, technological readiness level of projects in Digital Europe, more or less? Higher. Higher than 4, 5. 6, 7. So this is the starting point. So you need already in Digital Europe to have solutions that they are quite mature. What does TRL 6 or TRL 7 means? TRL 6, what does mean? What is TRL 6? What does it mean, TRL 6? Demonstrated with or validated with a big number of end users. So you should have already run pilots with the actual end users and have already received some successful results. If you haven't done that, then you cannot have a Digital Euro project. Do you realize that? Yes? So what is important? It's important to identify those projects that they have developed such infrastructure or solutions that we can include them in our proposal, in our projects, as starting points of our own infrastructure that we will suggest in the project. Yes or no? Yes. So that's important. And I'm going to show you how to find out that. How to find related solutions, because this is extremely important. And then we don't have that yet, so we will prepare a basic proposal summary or proposal concept to upload later to that folder. So these are here all critical documents. Do you agree? Well, these are important. Do you want to suggest something else that we need to have? Because these are extremely important. So let's see now, for the ones that we don't have, how with the use of AI, because more or less up to 0.6, it's straightforward. Yes, if they exist, we take them. Yes or no? Yes. And what about the other ones? 7, 8, and that is okay, it exists. But what about this one? Related studies. That's challenging. Shall we see how we can use AI for getting those documents? Yes? Okay, let's see now how we can do that. Each one of them, one by one. Now, first of all, what is very important is to to make AI understand, and you to understand also, what is to understand what kind of projects the call will fund. What is that? The winning profile of the granted projects. We need to understand that. What is the winning profile? So for that, we can use a specific prompt. So here, as you can recall, we have as a call the digital competitions. This is the one that we have. Okay, so let me. So based on that, I'm asking them, let me do it because I can highlight if I'm having like that. So I'm asking them to, okay, I would like you to go through the call topic description in detail, the general introduction, the background, the call objectives, the call scope, the call outcomes, the call KPIs, the targeted stakeholders, type of action and funding rate, specific topic conditions, and the general eligibility conditions. So to read the call topic description. And as soon as you read it, I would like you to analyze and tell me what kind of projects are going to be funded with respect to the scope of the project, the problems that they're going to address, the expected objectives, the suggested consortium synthesis, not specific names of organizations, but type of organizations, a number of organizations, any infrastructure, current solutions and projects, and current policies that we need to take into consideration, and how we're going to achieve all this, the suggested approach. And we save that output in a Word document that we will upload later in the project folder, because that's important. So for the time being, we don't need any other information apart from the call topic description. Do we agree, yes or no? That's what we need based on that prompt, correct? So let's see now how we do it. So we copy it. We go to our ChatGPT. Here we are in the folder, all right? We have already uploaded the call topic description. Now, so this is the one. I can do it like that because why? I have already uploaded the call topic, yes? But instead of saying attached, because here I say somewhere attached, based on the attached, based on the provided, it's very different keyboard for me, based on the provided in the, and I will say upload it or add it. So I can click go on. If I see that I receive something general, then I will have to attach it. I have to attach the call topic description here. But for the time being, it's okay as it is, and I can have it as instant. Maybe I will change it to thinking, because I would like to think about it. And I put that. It might take a little bit more time, but it will be useful to do it. And if I see that it takes a lot of time, then I will switch into the instant one. But I will experiment with thinking one, and I will need a Word document. Excellent. Where we're doing it. And that will be the blank document that we will work. Okay. Oh, and you see here that we got, here's a winning project profile for digital. I will first anchor shortly, say general introduction, background, what the call really wants. So it gives me key features of the competition topic, short summary, what will be the objectives, all right, scope and context, 6 competition, 1 in each area, all right. So I need to make sure also that the AI understands the call. And I would like them to tell me their views on that. Okay. Because I have 2 advantages here. One advantage is that with that exercise, I make sure that AI is fully aware of the call. I know that. How can I know that? They provide me an analysis. And also I can take that analysis to understand better myself what is the winning profile of that project. So we have here type of action. So profile of a winning project. Okay. The problems to address. Low visibility, limited expected objectives. So what it does now, I don't know whether you're realizing it, what it does, it gives me what? At least a preliminary proposal summary. My own proposal concept, a preliminary one, based on the call topic description. Does it need refining? Definitely. But it is a good starting point. And we have it here. All right. So also suggest consortium synthesis and etc. So I'm going to also it gives you current projects, policies, infrastructure. Okay. It gives some that they are mentioned. Normally now it will not think outside the box. It will tell you those projects and those solutions that are mentioned or policies that are mentioned already in the call. That's perfect for the time being. We don't want anything else for the time being. Then I will show you how to go outside the call. But for now we have quite useful insights. Okay, so it is more or less ready. So that's my preliminary winning profile. So quite extensive analysis as you've seen. So this one I copy it and save it into my Word document. Okay, what is this? Okay, so everything that we have, it is here. And I'm going to save it in the save as. And where is going to, I would like to have it in the downloads. And that is winning profile. And you do that for any project. Winning profile. Winning project profile. Based on the targeted call. That's it. So I save it. So it is in downloads. Okay. So I will have it also to upload it afterwards. So that's already there. So if I need, I can go and where is it? And upload it now or later. So it's here. So I will upload it later for the time being because I will upload other files also. So I keep on now updating in my PC the files that I need to have for AI. That's the first thing. Now let's go back and see what else we need to have. So we have already a very good starting point, the project profile. What else? Now let's proceed. Okay, let me reduce a little bit so we can see all of it in one screen. Okay. Now, all right. Now I would like to see whether there are any other initiatives that I need to be aware outside the call. What we did so far. We've seen what kind of initiatives, policies, or projects are important based on the call. Is that enough? No. Because if you're going to have a winning project, you need to go outside of what is required in the call. And this is what is the added value. So what are we going to do now? We're going to find out following prompt. Here we give your output in, okay. So we have already, for each of the not following initiatives, we have, these are the ones that are mentioned, sorry, these are the ones that are mentioned in the call, sorry. So we have already saved them. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to ChatGPT. And I'm going to slightly change it based for each one of the initiatives and policies identified from the call. Yes. Please identify the website, because we don't know yet the website, for more info, and provide a short info about them and how our process should consider. So that's what we're going to ask them is, okay, the call has many policies, many initiatives, many projects, but how we can take advantage of those? So I'm going to do that, and please pay attention, because here we're going to change it. We don't need the thinking model. We're changing here. And as it is in your notes, let me see, we're going to do web search. Why? Because we want the AI to look on the internet now. Yes? I am in the ChatGPT. The slide is 40. Okay. So we do the web search. And just be aware, whenever you are asking AI to do something based on web search, it is not hallucinating. It gives you facts. Yes? Is it the paid version? So, okay, you go to plus, one more. You go to plus, you go to more in the prompt. So you should have the plus here. Plus, and then you select web search. I leave it open a little bit. You don't have to do it now, but that's okay. It's good to see. So you go to more, and from more, web search. So let's see what we get out of it. Now, if we don't get something useful, then we might have to upload the initiatives as attachment. But for the time being, I assume that since you analyze them in the previous prompt, he or she will be aware. And actually, it is aware, because it gives me the ones that they have been identified and they have been mentioned in the call topic. So it gives me also the website, what I asked. Let me open that. I will. So it gives something, to my view, quite useful. Because now, as soon as it finishes, we will copy that table and we will include a new document on that. Let me. Okay, it gives you also some digital Euro program. Probably you don't need that. Okay, and but here it gives you with rules. Okay, all right. you see what is the most important column is this one. How our project should consider or integrate those policies. And that is extremely useful. So definitely, so I will copy all of it because it's extremely useful as another document that I will upload. Yes, but sometimes, yes, you can ask ChatGPT to export your output in a Word format. This is what she asked. But in many cases, it doesn't work. So I prefer to use copy and paste for that. It's safer and by far more efficient. Because you wait and then you get a blank document. So it's better to avoid it. But good question. So I copy and paste that one. I go to Word. I'm going to create now a new document. So file, new. I'm going to paste it. Now, so this is, let me reduce a little bit the, so you should be able to see it. That's the document here. I select, normally when you have a table like this one here, a table. So I select the table. Do you know how to make this by default all the time appearing, the ribbons? Do you know? Anyway, I go here and select it because I would like to have a table format. Now it's better, you see? So we have here the whole action, and even if we want, we can also change the setup. This is very frustrating. We go to files, no, you go to go here. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. If you can help me on that, that will be useful. Print. Print, is it here or here? Yes. You know, I use Mac, and now I use Word for this training, and it is very frustrating. So we change it, portrait to landscape. So it is better, you see? Now that's our document here. Thank you for that. All right, so that's all right. So go back, and I can save it. Yes, because that will be the second document that I will upload. So save as. Again, in browser, in downloads, and call. What are these? These are the call key initiatives. Correct. So we have it here. Call key initiatives to be considered. I save them. Initiatives to be considered, because I will upload them afterwards. That's huge knowledge. It's a hidden germ. We need gem. It's something that we need to take into consideration, because we need to make sure that when we have that knowledge, we make sure that our proposal is fully aligned with them, because they are part of the call. Now, So we did that. We saved the output in a Word document. We will upload it later. We don't have to upload it now. Now, now we need to go outside the call. This is what I wanted. Can we go outside the call and identify any additional policy roadmaps or policy agendas related to the targeted call? One, of course, is the Mario Draghi, as we said. It's a passepartout document and report. But we need to consider others also. So I copy and paste that. Yes. I copy it, and I will use again web search. Here. So that's the next one. Whenever you copy and paste something, it pastes as an image. You don't need that, so that's why I will take it out. So, further to the documents that are mentioned below or attached, or above. I will say above, and so I don't need to attach anything here. Above. Above. Can you suggest additional policy documents? I still ask them to search the internet. I don't want them to think. All right, so I'm going that, and let them think whether they can suggest something. Your question?
1 second.
Sorry, I will repeat. What you should do if you have to upload more than 10 documents? Do you start another conversation?
Yes, you have another dialogue. You upload the first 10, and then you upload the next 5 with another dialogue. So analyze 10 plus 5 in 2 different dialogues.
To the folder? Do you say to upload to the folder?
In the folder, you can upload more than 10.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes. There is no restriction on the number. I mean, you can upload 19, 20 folders. It doesn't matter. The question was whether we can, how many files we can have in our folder. In our folder, we can have more than 10 files in the project folder. In the paid version, yes, that's true. 5 only in the free. Okay, yeah. No, because we need all the question was whether we can create 2 different folders. Because we need one folder with all the documentation. So that's why we cannot do it that way. We need to have all in one place, all the documents.
1 second.
If you reach the maximum number of documents. So should be the same result if you provide one document with all these tables from additional prompts as one document?
Yes,
or should it better to put there 3 documents, 3 tables, or 3 additional docs?
So the question was, okay, we have 2 documents. Can we merge those 2 documents into one document and upload it? Yes, you can.
The same result.
It's the same result. Unless it is 200 pages or 300 pages, then it starts getting a little bit saturated. We exhaust the system. But if it is 20, 30, 40 pages, if we have 2 documents of 20 pages, and we have 1 of 40, that's okay. It doesn't affect the performance. Let's put it that way. So, okay, in addition to the ones, let's see now what we got. And I honestly believe we got something extremely useful, because outside the policies that are mentioned in the call topic, as you can see, we get some new ones. For example, 2030 Digital Decade Policy Program, the European Skills Agenda, the Digital Education Action Plan. I wasn't aware of that, but we need to take them into consideration. Were they mentioned in the call? Most likely no. So, Union of Skills, European Digital Innovation and Inclusion Agenda, European Digital Credentials and Skills Transparency, Digital Economy. I mean, these are perfect ones. You agree now, and you've seen that we're creating really supreme and excellent knowledge outside the call. And this is what makes a winning proposal. A winning proposal is the one that doesn't focus only, they should focus at least on the policies and the initiatives that are mentioned in the call. Do we agree on that? Yes. But is that enough? No. We need also further ones. So I'm going to add them also. So I'm going to copy and paste that one, and I'm going to add it in our knowledge. So below are additional. So I'm going to create another document now. Or if you have the free version, then okay, you can upload it into the current document. So we have here, we have a document which is called key initiatives to be considered from the call. Here we can add also the ones that we just identified outside the call. So we can have just one document instead of two. So I'm going to have here, and I'm pasting the new ones. These are the new ones. Yes. So we have them here. These are the new documents. Below are, and let me make it as a table. So if we go here, table design, make it look like a table so it's neater. So, and I save it. So that's also one reason that you don't have to save it. So that's saved. So our document now has the call initiatives from the call, also call initiatives outside the call that we are going to take into consideration. Okay. Let's proceed with the next one. Now, I would like to see, because whether there are any studies related to AI skills from consultancy companies, from joint research centers. So I would like here to add some more. Joint. How can I? Do you know how can I write here on the keyboard, with the keyboard? Because thank you for that. Thank you. That's better now, because I'm going to add also joint centers, etc. That could be related to our project. So I take that and I see whether there are some others. And I say no fluff or general things. I want specific ones. So I'm copy and pasting that one. So I'm going back to my window. No, this is not my window. This is the window. And I paste it. I remind you, we're still on the web search mode. It's very useful. It avoids hallucinations, and now we want to look for the internet. So that's why we're still on the web search. Remember that, because that's important. We click it. And let's see now whether there are any other studies. So searching the web, okay, it does what we're supposed to do because you need to think. Okay, number is, I'm curious to see what we have because, as I said, I think that's very important from McKinsey, this study, and it's very late, 2025. Yes. Tech talent gap, addressing an ongoing challenge, because this is exactly what we're going to address in the project. Yes? And we have a study that supports that. And also, okay, one from the European Research Center, landscape of digital skills certification schemes in the EU. That's also very useful. And can you imagine having that kind of references in your proposal? All right. So we go, we see report on EU funding digital skills, EU Science Hub, okay, CEDEFOP, skills in transition, flagship project, okay, it gives you also some other things on what you need to consider. So these are things that here, if we see them, this text here, why it matters for our competition project, how to use it, we can copy and paste those in our proposal. In the analysis, do you follow that? The description we have here on this row, here, these are excellent text. Copy and paste it in our proposal, in the relevance. And that is why it gets something very impressive. So again, I'm going to support it. So okay, so I will have that also, potential gaps, all of it, not on the table. Control C. I'm going to the same document, since some of you have restrictions also. And I will upload it also. And now I need to change a little bit the file name, because that's one I not only call key initials, that's okay. So I go here, and I make it like a window, because I don't like it like that. So it's quite handy. I save it. And now I have something like 15 pages of extremely useful information for my call. All the policies that I need to take into consideration, studies, and also how I'm going to include them in my proposal with the third column. This one here. And now let's check. Next one. Now, this one, we were here on this one, so that's the next one, 43. Okay, that requires, because we need to check on Cordis, because we assume that some of the projects that we're going to use as starting point in our project, in our Digital Europe project, they have already been developed in a previous research innovation project. So that's why we need to look in Cordis. Now, how to look in Cordis and how we're going to download them, because it might require some time. We're going to do it after the lunch break, because I think this is lunch break time. Correct, Aurelia?
Yes.
Yes? Until 1:30. Yes? Now, meanwhile, if you want, you can experiment on what we discussed. But let's have a break for 45 minutes, charge up your batteries, and enjoy it, and come up with some further questions, if you wish. But for the timing, this is what we're going to focus. So how the evaluators deal with so many proposals that are prepared by AI and are submitted. And that's a good question. And actually, this is what I raised. That was a question that was raised also during the break. How we deal as evaluators. And I've given them an example, first of all, as a fact. Last week, I was an evaluator in Horizon Europe on Cluster 4 Visual Words. And we received more than 55, 60 proposals. It's a huge number just for that. And so we had a lot of evaluators. First of all, you need to have a lot of evaluators for that. Evaluators are not allowed to use AI for evaluating any proposal, so because it's conflict of interest. So that's why you need to assess it based on your own experience and based on the merit of the proposal. However, there are two things that are issues. The first one is the big number of proposals that are submitted, which is counterbalanced with a bigger number of evaluators. That's one thing, but it takes a lot of administrative burden on behalf of the European Commission, and it is costly. And the other challenge is that if you apply AI properly, you get very good proposals. And in that call, particularly, as I said to your colleagues during the break, we received 5 projects that they received the maximum mark, 15 out of 15, 5. Yes? So, luckily enough, first of all, luckily enough, the budget was available for 6 projects. So at least all the top ones, 15 out of 15, got funded. However, there are cases that if the budget is not that big, to have 15 out of 15 and don't get funded. So there are some other criteria apart from the maximum mark. So when you have proposals that they have received the same mark, even if it is the top one, 15 out of 15, you need to see which one will rank higher than the other one. The first criterion is to see, okay, which one of those projects addresses some of the call expectations that the other projects are not addressing. So that probably one will rank higher. But this is a little bit subjective. And then they go to some more objective categorizations. What is? The second one is gender balance, which means they check your synthesis of your team to see how many are males and females. And you need to be well balanced on that. More or less equal number of team members between males and females. All right, so that's also something that you need to have. Yes?
How do you check gender balance? Is the part A?
From part A, yes. When you have in Horizon Europe and also in other funding programs, you check the synthesis there, only there. And if you see that you miss that balance, put some of them non-binary. Yes? So they don't count. That can work. So make sure that if you have a lot of males and less females, put some of the males as volunteers as non-binary. Yeah? Because that can.
Sorry?
Yes, it was a joke. It was a joke. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So, yes, I mean, the good thing is that I will repeat and I will comment on that. That synthesis is confidential. Yes, even your proposal, including part A, and the table synthesis is sensitive information. So it doesn't go outside the European Commission and the evaluators. So even if someone has given you a label as non-binary, maybe you will never find out about that. You will find it when? Only when the proposal is accepted. But anyway, I'm just kidding now. But if you have to make sure that the gender balance is really balanced, convince some of your team members to say, I don't mind. Put me as a non-binary, I don't care, or something like that. Now, if it is still the same, I mean, we have gender balance that is between two proposals is more or less the same, equal, balance, let's say close to 50%. Then the other criterion that we use is the geographical coverage. So what does that mean? That means how many different countries you have in your consortium as partners. So the more you have, the higher. So if you have two proposals, everything else is equal, marks, gender balance, and etc., then they will see, okay, which one of them has bigger countries covering with respect to the other one. That will rank higher. Okay? All right. But this is a challenge, and we will see how we're going to deal with that. Probably in the future, they will introduce, based on my expertise, some other evaluation stages, interviews, for example, or other mechanisms. We will see. We will see how that goes. Okay. Any other questions before I proceed? So I think we stopped here. Now, as I said, we need to identify related projects to the call. I mean, we need to identify, if we don't know, some starting projects that we can contact them or see whether we can use their results, if they are under open access, as a starting point for our own project in the Digital Europe, correct? Because we said the TRL is quite high. So we need to start from somewhere that is quite advanced. Normally, you cannot see that from previous Digital Euro projects. Normally, you can see it from other innovation projects. And which other program funds innovation projects is? Which one? Apart from Digital Europe? Horizon Europe. Thank you for that. So, what we are going to go is we can go to the Cordis is a database that mentions all the previously funded projects under research innovation. So if we open that link, it will take us here. Let me enlarge it. So one thing is to download all the projects that have been funded so far. You can do that. I've done that already. So you go here, Horizon Projects. You go to Access. Sorry, you go to CSV file. So I hope. Let me see if I downloaded the correct ones during the break. Okay, I did it. So you go to Horizon Projects and you choose XLS, Excel, to download all the projects that have been funded so far, more than 20,000, 19,000, I think, projects. So you download it, you say access, and you say download the URL. So it will download a huge zip file with a lot of different elements regarding the projects that have been funded so far. And when it says have been funded so far, up to, for example, the database was updated last month, 11th of November. Quite updated. Normally, every month, it is updated. All right, every month. So you download it. I have downloaded because it's a huge, during break, because it's a huge file. So it's this one here. It's a zip file. So we go to Projects. You open it. So you see that it's quite huge, but I would like you to see a little bit the structure. That's why I'm opening. Otherwise, you don't need to see the structure. So you see you have the project ID number. You have the name of the... This is what is interesting, the name, the title. Also is very interesting. Yes, okay, I'm not going to have all of it. Then the start date and the end date. That can be interesting also, because if it is already a project that has just started, and you cannot use the project result, yes or no? Not really. It is something that, okay, it's about to finish or has finished. Also, another one is, okay, these are the topics, you don't need that. Another one is that do you need to find projects in Horizon Europe for your Digital Euro program in research innovation or in innovation actions? What do you think? I remind you that you need to start with what kind of TRL? 6 to 7 in Digital Europe, yes or no? So what kind of project you need to look for? Research innovation or innovation actions? Innovation actions mainly, because you need higher TRL. Innovation actions, because research innovation actions, they normally finish at TRL 4, sometimes 5, never at 6, very rarely, very rarely. So what you need is you need to go to the, I think it's this one here, funding. Let me enlarge it. Funding schema, and you see here, you're going to look for the ones that are Horizon here, Horizon Innovation Actions. Because these are the innovation actions. If it is a research innovation, it's RIA. You need that one, and probably you're not aware, but I'm going to tell you, you need also the joint undertakings. Let me see if we have anything here. So you see Marie Curie, you don't need them, we don't need those. So then you need research innovation, we will see that, and you will see the prompt that we will write. There is at least one more that I would like to look for. Okay, I will look here for JU. Again, enable editing. Why it keeps on asking me, okay, let me do it. So we were here. So I want to look for joint undertakings. Let's see. Yes, we can, but I don't feel. I don't want to mess it around for. Yes, we can have automatic ones, but because you don't need to filter it, I just need to look for. Let me do it. Yes, this one here is Horizon Europe JU, but not RIA actions. These are joint undertakings. These are partnership projects. And I would like partnership projects also for Digital Europe. Now, if you don't know what partnerships is in Horizon Europe, you don't have to worry. But let's see the prompt that we have. So the prompt is this one here. So we have downloaded that file based on the attached concept note or call topic description. For the time being, we don't have the concept note, so we have the call topic description. We will put that. Please go through the attached spreadsheet. We will upload that spreadsheet with all the Horizon Europe projects. Identify those that they have similar project focus and their results. Consortium members knowledge can contribute successfully to the project, to the proposed project. Please be very selective and identify only those high related projects and give them in a table with project name, call topic, related keywords, and any other info you believe it will be useful. What I haven't added yet is when the project ends. Because I don't know how many projects I will get, so for the time being, I might be willing to check all of them, even ones that have just started. Why? Because it might be a good pool for experts, for consortium members in my partnership. So I'm going to, so this is what I say here. Please also note that for Digital Europe, you need to focus mainly on innovation action projects, namely those with funding schema Horizon JU EA or Horizon EA. Okay, so I'm going to copy that. I'm going to our ChatGPT. So it's this one here. So I'm going to our folder. I will continue with the text that we had before. So this is where we were. So this is the last where we stopped. I will continue with that one. So I will copy and paste that one. I will say based on the attached call topic description, or first of all, I need to add the project XLS here. So this will be uploading. So I uploaded this attached spreadsheet. This is the one that you just seen, projects. And based on the provided, I don't want to call topic, I don't want to attach it again. Let's see how that works. Now, do I need to change the model or not? For the time being, I remind you, we had what? Search, web search. You remember? Do we need to change it or not? Yes, exactly. We need to change it now. I like your thinking, because we don't want anymore to look in the internet for the time being. We want them to look and process the specific document. And it's better to have a thinking model. So I'm going to take that out. And I'm going to have a thinking model, because I want them to think about that. And I'm just giving now the order to do that. So it will take some time. For the time being, maybe I could have checked the instant one, which means less time, but let's be a little bit more specific. Let's see whether we can get something regarding Horizon joint undertaking or Horizon innovation actions. Now, what I can see here is, okay, I can see that it can read the file that I uploaded, so that's good. How can I know that it can read the file that I uploaded? That's the file that uploaded. It gives me the analysis. So I took the data and it provides in tabular format for its own analysis, so I know that it works. Okay, so that's good. I know that it has been uploaded. I know that so this is the project data that I uploaded. All right. Yeah. Yes, sorry about that. Yes, she's a very good student. She stopped immediately without realizing it. Huh? Okay.
My colleague. A question is, what's the difference like uploading the document in the prompt, like while asking prompt, or uploading in the folder?
Very good question. Very good question, that one. Do you understand the question, first of all? I mean, we have some folders that we have already uploaded. We have already uploaded the call topic description, and I think the drag report something else. Now, the question was, what is the difference of saying, okay, look on the provided call that it is above, or attach it here as a file? The problem is that I try to avoid, if possible, to attach it separately in a dialogue, because the system might get saturated faster. It might get tired. Because if I have already, I try to have just one reference and then avoid uploading the document every time that I need it in my prompt. Because in that way, the AI tool will get saturated very easily. And what saturation means? Means that when you are trying to now to give new commands, new prompts, you will see that there are many delays for giving you a response. And not only that, there might be also delays for you writing. You write something, and you wait until it appears in the text box here. So that's why I try to avoid it. If I see from that exercise that I don't receive a good answer, then I might attach it. But first, I try to avoid it. Clear? It is more, exactly, it is more precise. It is safer to attach it, but, and sometimes you need to do it, but if I can avoid it, I will try to avoid it. Yes. So, it's still reading the file. Any other question? Sorry?
You attached this one to the chat box?
Yes, I attached only the big file, only the database, because I will not need it for anything else. So I attached it only once. I don't want to put it in the general folders file. I will not use it anymore, like the other ones. And I don't need them for writing the proposal. That's why I attached it only once. So it's still reading the data. Any other questions on that? Because it's a huge document. It's around close to 20,000 columns. It's a very big one. So, yes?
1 second, please.
One moment, or I can repeat it. You can think about it even more, like you're waiting now.
When we have a situation that GPT stops writing or thinking, what to do? What is the best?
Very good question. We create a new dialogue, a new session, either in the same project folder. So if you, now I don't want to go out of it. So one way is to go again to ChatGPT. You can go to your project folder. So that's a new window, tab, a new tab. So you go to your project folder, and you can create a new chat. This is the one that we use so far. So if you see that all the dialogues that you have so far are getting saturated, you create a new one now, here. And you write your next request. If it still gets saturated and it doesn't work, then you need to take a subset of that, create a new project folder, and upload the documents that you absolutely need from now on. Not all of them. the ones that you need, because some of them we will not need them. We have already used them in our analysis. For example, we have already used the policies. You remember that I asked them to do some policies. I have already created a Word document that now has all those policies. I don't need that anymore. I just keep the document. So you just upload the document with the policies. You need to be a little bit selective on that. Speaking from experience, if for the step one, for the one that we're doing now, it doesn't get saturated that much. It might get saturated when you write the proposal, when you start giving prompts for writing the different sections in the proposal. Because now we still haven't started writing anything. Huh? We're doing some preliminary analysis, which is even more important. For that task, it normally doesn't get saturated. Let me see, okay. Any other question while we're waiting? Yeah? Or we can leave that, or the other way, while we're waiting, the other way is to show you, this is the first prompt. What we need out of that prompt, we need a synopsis of those projects that we believe that are very related one. Okay, we get them. What else do we need to do? Then we need to find out, and that's very useful, the project websites of those projects. Because the Excel file doesn't have the project websites. What does it have? Can you recall? What does it have? If you check the project web file, what does it have? It has, does it have, the only thing that it can have possibly is, if it has it, I don't think, if it has it is the topic number or maybe the course link. If it has it. No, not even the course link. So you do need the project website, correct? So that's the second step that we need to take as soon as we have a short list. Yes. Anyway, I will go on while we're waiting for that, for the next one. And then we will see. So we need to save the output in a Word document. So now we need to add the project folder, all the necessary reference files. We need also that one, but for the time being, we can prepare them, we can upload the ones that we downloaded. So we go to our project folder, we go here, we go to that tab, it's the same one. I upload the files, add files. So we have here definitely the call key initiatives to be considered, the one that we created, the winning project profile. I think the others we have, and I think the future of European competitiveness, because the other ones have been uploaded. So we open them and we download them. Now, there is one more task that you need to do and we haven't done it. And we will not do it here, but it's for you to remember. And what is that? You remember that we went here and we have the call key initiatives? So what we haven't done, of course, we created those documents, but what we haven't done is to download those documents. Yes, that one, that one, that one. So of course we have a synopsis, so it might not be necessary, but for checking whether this is true or not, it's a good practice, we will not do it now, but it's a good practice to ask ChatGPT or AI tool to tell me, okay, find me that document with that title. Yes, because that is something quite interesting. And maybe you want to upload that also document to the folder. So all the documents that we have here in the state of the art analysis, maybe it's a good practice to upload them in the project folder. For the time being, because it takes time and we have probably what we need, it might not be that necessary. And now the next thing is, okay, so we close that, we added those files for the time being. Then we go to see whether, okay. So it thought for 5 minutes, more or less. And it gave me, let me see, how many? Not that many, but it gave me some project results. You see here? Let's see the first one.
1 second, please.
I will repeat.
Okay.
No, I said that we're not going to use websites. We're going to use extend 5.1 thinking. You see, that it is here. We've used that one. All right. The standard one, ChatGPT 5. Yes. So we have here a nice Horizon Europe and used only that info. Okay. So we have, let's see, that one, extended reality for education, leveraging the European XR industry technology to empower impressive learning and training, motivate XR, okay, AI regions and alliance at the edge adoption, may be interesting, maybe not, artificial intelligence in manufacturing for sustainable resilience SMEs, AI for work, okay, build space. Okay, as a first look, they seem related. Of course, we need to double check. We will not do it now, but it's a good starting point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy those, all those projects. There aren't that many. So out of these 19,000, these are the ones that are selected. Please make sure that you let them know we need innovation actions and joint undertake innovation actions. So I am copying them. And I'm going to create a new document now because we cannot, we need a new document now for that. So we go and we go to file, a new document. We upload that information. Yeah, so that's the document that we need. And these are the projects that we need AI to look for. So it's a table. So I will make it look like a table because it looks nicer. Of course, we can have it in a landscape format. We go here, we make it look like a table design. Okay, it looks like a table, and we can go to print and make it look like a landscape. So it is even better, like that. Okay, and now we need to save it. Save as, browse in the downloads area because that's the one, and we give a name. Previously. Funded projects related to the call. A starting point, but that is implied. Okay, so we save that, and we have that. Now, as we said, what is missing? We're missing the, what? The links, the POSO websites, yes or no? So we need to ask AI to find them. So we go to our ChatGPT, we go here and we take the second prompt. Yes? Yes.
1 second, please. Please.
Sorry. It's not for the audience, but it's for the recording version. Yeah. Yes.
I just have a question which is not quite related to what you are now showing, but just in general, do you have any estimates? How much time does it take to draft the documents without ChatGPT and with ChatGPT? I do understand that the projects vary and the answers will differ accordingly, but do you have the estimates? How much time it helps to save in percentage, perhaps? Thank you.
10 times more. Okay, 10 times more. You need 10 times more. 1 day, 10 days. Okay, let me go a little bit back because we need here that one. So that's the second prompt that I'm going to use because we did the first prompt. And then we're going to save it. So we go here. We copy and paste that one. Now, we need to attach what we had before, what we saved, previously funded projects.
A question.
Yes, one moment.
My results that I got in the table are different than yours, and I see my colleagues as well. How can I check if he's hallucinating or not? Or
You check each one of those projects, always. You need to check each one of those projects. Why? Because first of all, as I said, the ChatGPT knows you. You have a dialogue with that ChatGPT. So the more you use it, the more he or she understands what you like and what you don't like. So since this is something that you cannot control, what you do need to do is you need to check each one of those projects. Now, you assume that it will not give you all the projects. But it's a good starting point of doing that. What you are also advised to do is, I will show you a little bit afterwards. Let me finish that while it will be doing it. So we need here not thinking model. We need to go and do web search. Because why? We need now to find for each one of the following projects attached. Please send their project website. Send the project for me to provide a short info about them and how our project should consider them. Give your output in a table from us. So we need something now more useful. So also as a follow-up to your question, a second step validation is to ask them to go to the internet and look for those projects. So based on the feedback that you will get, you will see whether it is something related to your current project or not. So the same you need to do for what you have there.
Okay, and then before that, the question that we had, why did we write provided and not attached if we attached the file?
If we attach the file, we write attached. If we don't attach the file and we rely on what we have uploaded so far, we say provided. Provided are all the files that are existing in the project folder. Attached is what we attach for a specific prompt. Is that clear? Sorry. Is that clear? Is that clear? I assume it is clear. Okay, so we say here, research the website and the subpages for more info and provide a short info about them and how our project should be considered. Give your output in a table format. Okay, that's one thing. So they will be doing the web search. So that's one thing. Now, the other thing, which can be quite handy, is we go to Gordis directly here. Cordis, I will write Cordis and I will see what I get. So we go to Cordis, we go to project results, and then we see all Horizon Europe projects. And here you can search based on the term, whatever that could be. It could be training, and then we have artificial intelligence or quantum computing or whatever, because it has different topics, quantum computing and etc. And see what you can get out of it. So you can see here, and so we have here training. So you can look for it, but there are some disadvantages on that search. And now, okay, it has active filters. So it has a lot of results like that. Let me do a little bit of customization. So we are going to look only on the collaborative and applications, pillar 2, apply. We're going also to go to collection. So we have much less, 1,000, okay, still a lot. And then we can go to, sorry, where is it? Collection here. And it's projects, okay, so that's all right. So we have 1,000, maybe we would like to add one more factor here. But so we can find some more by using the search keyword and not having AI to look for it. But still, even if we have a very nice search term here, there is one problem. What is that problem? We're looking for what kind of projects? Research innovation or innovation actions? Innovation actions. Currently, the database, as far as I know, it doesn't give you that possibility. It doesn't give you the possibility to look for research innovation or innovation actions. Before, it was giving you that information and that capability. Now, it cannot give you the possibility to look for research innovation or innovation actions. So what do you need to do? You need to download all the files. Yeah? One thing is that one. Or another one is you can go down here. You can download search results. You can put it in a CSV format. But, okay, I need to here save it. And then you do the same exercise with that subset. But my advice is to go through with the first prompt. This one that I said. No, this, it will not work that much because, of course, this doesn't have some search terms that you are looking for research, innovation, and innovation. So that's why for that, we go with that process. It's by far more effective. Now let's see what kind of feedback we got from ChatGPT. Okay. We can have a live project website. Okay, but what we don't have, what it did is out of those 12 projects, it had something like 5 projects now, which can be a little bit more narrowed down. So some further filtering. Okay, we leave that, but still what we didn't get, and that's interesting. Okay, what I wanted to, but to be honest, I haven't said it, but I will do it now, is please provide the project websites also. So we go back, okay. Can you please add in the above table also the project website of those projects? So hopefully it will be quick. Can you please add in the above table also the project website of those projects? Can you see it? We are still in web search. Let's see whether we can get something. Okay, so that's even better now. We're doing some fine tuning because you see we received some project website, at least for that one. For that one, not that much information. Okay, we have a project fact sheet. We can look there. We have also another one from Leipzig University in Germany. Okay. We have the course database for that one. Not that much thing, but maybe there isn't anything else we can look for. We have the build space. Okay, build space project. So that's good. So at least we got 2 out of them, and then more probably we need to go to Google and say, okay, let's see whether we can have that one here as a project. So I will try to see, because sometimes when we don't get it, we go the old traditional way. So we go here, we click Control V, and we have project, website, Horizon, Europe. Okay, Cordis. It is from Mahi University. Maybe they have the project website there. So maybe they have it. Title, concept. So maybe you can try to find it, but fact sheet. Maybe they have here a project website. No. Okay, you can just see the project objective. So I'm pleased to say that even with some Google search, AI, I mean, we couldn't find something beyond on what AI provided to us, which is very useful. All right, so we have that document now. It's the same one here. I'm going to copy and paste it. So that's the table. I go to Word document, previously funded projects. I'm going to add it here. I mean, with the project website. I can create a different folder, a different file, sorry, but that can be okay. So I select it and I put it into table format also. To see that's a folder. Okay, so I save that. And I keep that also in my elements. So saved. And I have that, and then I go to the next task. So we have that. So now we can add all this into the project folder. Let me see. Oh no, there's one more. And starting points based on the following related purpose and goals should communicate and the targeted goal for each of those projects, explain their achievements and what can be considered. That is a fine-tuning. We can have that as a follow-up. So I copy and paste it. That's what we can get out of it. On the related project websites above, conduct a thorough analysis, identify those project purpose and core results should be considered by Digital Euro proposal under the targeted goal. For each of those projects, explain their achievements, what can be considered, and explain why a proposed project under the targeted goal can go beyond the achievement of those projects. Check their sub-pages also, if applicable, because for some of them, they don't have a website. So we do that. Sorry, but we need to repeat it not as a web search. Sorry. I will stop it. We need to think about that. So now we are changing. We don't need the web search anymore. We need some, because we've given the website, so that's why. So we can have web, sorry, thinking. Or I will go with the auto now, so they can decide. Yes, it does matter because, if applicable, because we want that whenever we want something that we believe is important, like to check only also the subpages, not only the home page, that's why we capitalize it. So anything that we want to be not missed, it's important we capitalize it. It helps. It is not a guarantee, but it helps. Okay. So while it is doing that, let's see the other things. Okay, add the project folder necessary reference files. Then we will discuss the proposal concept. We still don't have a proposal concept. So we will do that. And we need the canvas. Let me show you a little bit the canvas. Okay, and the canvas probably is something we can work on the draft proposal concept, let's say on that, because this is something we produce. So let's wait until we get something from ChatGPT on that. We're still waiting, reading documents, answer now. Okay, thank you, please give me. Okay, I think that's also very interesting because now it shows for X4 ED, extended reality for education, because that's cool. Why it matters. Okay, it's still doing some work. X2 learn, winning project. Okay, because that was probably motivate XR. And it gave me also, you see the websites here, motivatexr.eu. If it doesn't have the project website, it gives you the coordinates. Okay. Now, I don't know about your laptop, but this laptop it starts ventilating, which means that it's getting tired. Too much, at least the laptop. I don't know about the ChatGPT, but the laptop starts getting hot. Okay. Let me close some windows so to make it a little bit lighter for them. This one, I will keep that one. Let me see if I have something else to delete here, because it gets very... I will delete that one. I will delete that one. For the time being, I will keep previously funded projects. What about anything else? I think that's the minimum that we can have. I will keep that one. No. Okay. It's a little bit stuck. Right, let me go here. So you see that it's not responding. We will wait a little bit. You might get that. Did you get that in your response when you were doing? Also the same thing? You have to wait, eh? So that means that ChatGPT starts to get a little bit saturated now, eh? It's getting tired. Yes. So, reload. Yes. Yeah. Not for the time being. Let's wait a little bit. I mean, I'm not advising to reload. Because why? It is still running. I think now it's done. Is it done also in your case? No? Yes? Done? Who? That's stuck. Okay, so it takes some time, but this is what we got so far. So these are the projects that we have, and so I'm going to include that into our document, and that is the previously funded projects. I will add it just in case here. I will have a different document, but I will add it now here. That's okay. And I will save it. I will save it. So we have now previously knowledge from previously funded projects. So now let's go to ChatGPT. We need to upload all the files that we haven't uploaded yet. So we have, these are the files that we have uploaded, the call topic description, the communication guide from European Commission, the key policies, initiatives that should be considered, also studies, winning projects profile based on the targeted call, this is what we did at the beginning, and the Draghi's report. So what we need to add also is what we created so far, correct? So we go and we add files, and we say previously funded projects related to that. So we added that. So this is something that will be added. Okay. Now, as a tip, probably the system got saturated because, and quite quickly, normally it is not getting saturated that quickly, is because, why? Because we added a very huge file. You see here, the cores database. So that was quite heavy for them. So what you could do is you could have that specific analysis in a completely different window, even outside the project folder. This is the call topic description. These are the projects that have been funded so far. Look for the ones that are research, innovation, or joint undertaking innovation actions, and give me a list separately. You get that list, and then you upload it into the project folder. Did you follow that? Yes? So I think maybe that could be better practice now, because I see that it got saturated earlier than it should be. Okay, so we've added that. So the next now thing that we need to do is we need to prepare the proposal concept. Yes, we need now, we still don't have what? We have a lot of intelligence, but what we don't have is a proposal concept. We have the winning profile, but not the project proposal concept. Now, so we can say, please study the upload documents, or we can attach them, whatever we wish. I will go with a new chat, and I will upload those documents just in case. So I will go here. I will go to, because it gets saturated, and see whether that will work. I will go to a new chat. So I will start here. A new channel. We have one channel here already. That's okay. Let me now work on a new one for the proposal concept. And let's see whether that is faster. And I'm going, please study the attached. And I will say attached documents, and not in the project folder. And I will say which ones. And based also. So let's say which ones we need to add. We need to add in the downloads folder, definitely previously funded projects, one. We need the call topic description. It's, I think, skills, correct? And then we have the winning profile, that, and we have one more, which is the call key initiatives. And that's the 4 documents. Yes? Yes, I know, but that's a good question. But I don't know whether it's going to read them. Because just to make sure that we have a good start, especially now that we have the chat. I could have tried, but I don't want to take the risk. If I see that the response is belated, then I will say check the uploaded folders. Yes? But for the time being, I'll go like that. So let's see what we will get. We have the thinking model, so that's okay. So we have the thinking model on that, not web search anymore. And wait and see what we're going to get out of it. I have the auto, which means that decide whether you need to think or not, which is a safe choice, always. And then I'm going to show you the canvas based on that. And I'm curious also to see what we're going to get out of it. I mean, but you know, every time that I do a similar workshop, it's always a surprise for me. Usually, it's a pleasant surprise, not a disappointing surprise. But let's see how it gets now. I mean, sometimes you never know. You cannot predict. Any questions while we are waiting? I think yes. Maybe no. The application template, no. No, but it doesn't matter yet. We don't need that yet. No. We don't need that. Because it's the proposal summary that we're preparing now, not sections for the application template. So we don't need that. Yes, the documents that I uploaded were the previously funded projects that we looked. It was all the policies, all the studies that we find related to the call. It was the winning profile of the project based on the call topic description. And it was the call topic description itself, 4 documents. Okay, and we got here something that I didn't ask it, but it gave also a title. So, European Advanced Digital Talent League. 6 pan-European competitors in AI, visual words, quantum semiconductors, and destination Earth. Okay. We can live with that, we can revise it, it doesn't matter for the time being, but at least we have a reference. Then we have problems. And you see here, what it's nice, it gives you problems from or opportunities, and it gives you here the source. You see here what it has. This is where it got it. So that problem is from it's from the call topic description. I see that here. That opportunity is from the winning profile. That one from the winning profile. That one from the call topic description. From the call topic description. From the call topic description. From the winning profile. That one from previously funded projects. So that's interesting also, you see. That one from Draghi's report. Okay, so you can put references in your proposal or in your summary. And then, let me see if it is from any other source. That one, the objective 4, from the call key initiatives and studies. So that's interesting. Also from call key initiatives and studies, the objective 6. So it's very useful that it gives you also the reference so you can check it in order whether they hallucinate or not. And then we have the work packages with key outputs, the work packages. And we have now the expertise needed. Yes, you see that it gives you type of organizations and roles, not specific names. And this is what we need for the time being. We don't have any names for the time being. This is what you need to do based on your network. Yes, Diane. Yeah. Well, if you have, you do that exercise, and then you say, based on that proposal concept, this is what we have so far from the consortium partners. Please suggest specific roles, assign specific roles to the existing partnership.
What kind of information should I upload to the departments? I mean, the description, websites?
Well, the more specific you are, the better it is. If you give the project website, the organization website, it might not help, specifically if they are big universities, etc. If they are SMEs, that could be okay. So you need to be as specific as possible. My advice is to ask the partners to say, okay, this is the call that you're targeting, give me the profile specifically for that call. It's their duty to do that. You're going to invite them in your project. So it's their role to do it as specific as possible. If it's general, you return it back and you let them know to be as specific as possible. Definitely more than what it is on the project website. Okay, and I think that's very nice now, proposal concept. So if we also core results, so we have those here, and I'm going to, the good thing is that when you copy and paste them, you will not have the sources copy and pasted, just the actual text. The sources are on the only on the ChatGPT window. So that's the full proposal concept. From the title up to the end of the, up to including results. So we have that here, and we go to Word. A new document now. It's completely new document because everything that we have been collecting so far is for building the proposal concept. So a new one. So this is the one, and I'm going to save it. Save as, browse, downloads, get a link. Proposal concept. Okay, save, done. All right. Now, what I could have done, and that's the next one, is I can go to ChatGPT here, and I can say, please open the attached proposal concept in Canva mode, and you will see what is the Canva mode. I will upload the document. It's this one. Open it. I don't want thinking. I want just upload. And now this is how I select the canvas mode. In Canva mode, canvas mode. And let's see whether it will open it. So you see it opens a window within the ChatGPT dialog, and you will see what we will do with that window here to show you how Canvas works, more or less. Who has been using Canvas before? 1, 2, some, okay, perfect. Okay. So I'm going to show you now what you can do with that, because only few of you have been using Canvas, so it's quite useful. Okay, now, is it still going on? Okay, now, I go here and I click edit in Canvas. So if I do that, because I do edit, and now while I'm reading it, for example, this one here, you see, here you see, okay, it's a very good statement, but I would like also the reference. So what I can tell them is include the reference. Yes, include the reference. If they can find it, they will do it. But it's a nice statement. It's fully aligned with my proposal, but I need a reference for that. So you see here that it rewrites it. You've seen? Source. Okay, this is one. Okay, maybe we need to find another one now, not only from the call topic. So now it rewrote it. And I will say, okay, can you find another source outside the call? This source? So you see what I'm doing? I'm editing now, online. I will show you. So it gave me something better. You see here, Eurostat, ICT specialist, statistics, latest available EUCT ICT workforce data. Of course you check it, yes, to see whether it is valid, but you have a very nice reference here. And that is kept. So now, so I'm editing online. I can also play around and say, okay, I want it shorter or longer. And then I will show you how we got there. So we see here, adjust the length. I want the whole summary to be longer or shorter. You see how we do it? So, okay, let's make it shorter a little bit. So it will start now rewriting a little bit and making it shorter, the proposal concept. Or the reading comprehension. I want it more sophisticated. Up to now, standard is up to 15 years old. Keep current reading level. Then you have, if you want it in a graduate level, and you click that, it will revise the text to make it a little bit more sophisticated. Yes, yes, I will. Let me finish that, and you will see it. So you see here, it changes the format and makes a little bit more sophisticated the canvas. Here, you go here to the edit buttons, and you select, for example, the reading level. The reading level, you need it to go more and you click the arrow. We did that already, but you can do it for the length. So the length here, you wanted to make it shorter. So you click again the arrow, and it will start making the whole proposal concept shorter. It takes some time, but revises now the text. So you can not only edit the text and give instructions what you like, what you don't like on the text, but at the same time, you can say, make it more sophisticated or reduce or increase the length of what you provided to me. It's really useful when you write proposals, that feature, the Canvas features as we have. Okay, so it gave me a much shorter version. You see now? If you see it, it's just 3 paragraphs. Before it was 5 pages, 4 pages. You play around a little bit. And this is how you're going to work on the different sections in the application form. 1.1, 1.2, 2.1, 2.2. So we need to work on that. Clear with the Canvas? Any questions? Because it's a very powerful tool. Did you understand how we get out to the Canvas mode? Yes? Okay. So I will take out from the Canvas mode. I click X here. Whenever I want ChatGPT to work in Canvas mode, this is the normal window. We are in a normal window. ChatGPT 5 or ChatGPT 5.1. Okay? So we go to the prompt instructions here. We click plus, and we go to more, and we check Canvas. That's the mode that we want to work. And then you give the instruction that you want. What I gave is, okay, I uploaded the proposal concept and say, put it in a Canvas mode. Or even before asking ChatGPT to give me the Canvas, the proposal concept, here at the, sorry, let me go up. Here, where we have, here in that prompt, I didn't do it, so that's why I did it afterwards. This is the proposal concept. I could have given that command here in a Canvas mode. I didn't do it, I missed it. So that's why as soon as it prepared, then I upload it and I asked to open it in Canvas mode. All right. Okay. I will repeat it. I will repeat it.
Like, why did you choose this for? Is this some rule? Why did you choose this for? Or should we say all folder documents?
Okay. Do you agree, first of all, the question was why I've chosen those 4 documents? Is that a general rule or what? Well, first of all, we need to be as specific as possible, correct? When we give instructions. So those 4 documents were what? Were related policies, related projects, the winning profile of projects, which are very essential, plus the call topic description. And these are the 4 most important documents for preparing the proposal concept. If you were writing the proposal concept without AI, which documents you could be using? Yes, probably you wouldn't have the winning profile. But since you have it, you use it. Okay. All right, and we are closing now, very close to our break, because we conclude with the first step. I've told you that the first step will be the longest step. You see, because we create a lot of preliminary and updated information. So do we have anything else to have here? So we prepare the draft proposal concept, and we use the Canvas. Now you should be familiar with the Canvas. And I'm going to upload, and the last thing, that proposal concept into the project folder. So, and that's the last step. So I go to my project folder here. You see, so we have draft power proposal, project profile analysis, and I upload one more document, which is the proposal concept. This one. Yes, yes, otherwise, yes. But if you don't need, for example, the, what was it, the Draghi report, because we use now the Draghi report in the analysis. You can take that out. But as a general advice, is when you start writing, get the paid version. I mean, don't rely on the free. Here for the workshop is more than enough. Now you're understanding it. But we need to take that out. The Draghi and put that one. So that was added. So that's the proposal concept. Okay, that is done. So we have one more file, 7 files here. So I think that's now a good point to stop and have a break, because we concluded step 1, which is the most important one. Now we could have stopped here, but we will go on with some prompts on how to build the different sections. All right, after the break. For how long is the break? Okay, 15 minutes. So 5 past 3. All right. Okay, so let's proceed now with the easy stuff. Because what we did, it was the most challenging one. Yes, by far that was the most challenging one. Because the rest is just some prompts that you follow, you do it, you write them. But by far, this step 1 was the most challenging one. So whenever you're going to write any proposal, make sure that you create that kind of knowledge, intelligence repository. A folder, upload it in ChatGPT with core essential documents. I've shown you some examples. Maybe there are some further that you can do. But for the time being, this is by far the foundation. The stronger that foundation is, the higher will be the quality of your proposal. The weaker that foundation will be, step 1, the lower will be the quality of your proposal. Because this is the first step, the most fundamental, and if that is not a strong foundation, all the other steps will be very weak. All right, so let's proceed, and I will proceed, first of all, very quick look on the application template, just to have a look at it. Again, we go to the funding and tenders portal. Let me enlarge the font. So that's the standard application form. Of course, depends on the call. We might have different types of applications. I think this one is the one that we're looking for. So you see that it has part A, and part A is the one that it has the abstract and the administrative information. We talked about how to build abstract in one of the previous calls, so you can recall that. Some other details, ethical guidelines also. So this is the application form as such, and then we have, let me see here, after the ethics we have the actual part. This is the part that is the one that you use to write the technical description of your proposal. All right. So as you can see, it consists of, that's for page 4 here, or page 17 on that. So this is it consists of 4 parts. The relevance part with 4 subsections, the implementation, the methodology. Implementation means the methodology, the impact, which means the benefits from your project, and the work plan structure, which is the series of activities and tasks that you need to undertake, and the resource that you need to spend. And that's the whole application Digital Europe. In some other funding programs, it has different structure. Digital Europe has that one. So what we're going to do is we're going to use some prompts, copy and paste, and start building each one of those sections with relevance, with that order. First relevance, then implementation, then impact, and then the work plan. We follow that as it's in order to make sure that we're doing it. Now, I haven't done that in that PC, but what will be nice is to download that document, yes, in downloads, and upload it in the, where? In the project folder, in ChatGPT, exactly. Well, this is what we need to do, exactly that. So, we are here, we need one more to add. So, it's this one here, but I will rename it. I will rename it because I don't like it as such, so let me rename it. So I will put a grant application template, DEP. This is a Europe program. Application template. Okay. And okay, let me delete it because it will not be saved otherwise. Close all tabs. And we upload it into the system. Drag and drop into the add folder. In the add folders, yeah. We drag and drop. Where we have all the folders. Where we have all the projects in the folder, in the project folder. All the project files. We have all where we added all the previous documents. So we have now 8 files. Okay, so now we can, in order to reduce saturation, we are in the same project folder, but we can create a new chat now. Or we can continue with that one where we prepared the draft proposal concept. Why? Because it's not full yet. It just had 1, 2 commands, 2 prompts. So it's not very, actually it's just that one here. So it's not that big. Or we can have a new one. It doesn't matter. So we go. So that's the full proposal concept, and I will go on and I will be copying and pasting the previous, the other prompts. So the first one is relevance. So I have that a not presentation mode because I need to make sure that I can copy and paste. And these are the 4 different sections in the grant application. Now for that specific call, 1.3 and 1.4 are not applicable. Anyway, it says also that it's not applicable. But we will write some text, some issue for that. But for that call, it's not applicable. Digital technology, supply chain, and financial obstacles. So we don't have to worry about those. But you will see some text when we don't have to worry what we write. So the first section is 1.1, objectives and activities. First of all, I'm going to create a blank document. I could have where I'm going to include all that link. So I'm having here the document. I'm going to create a new one, blank, because this will be our proposal. And that will be the first section here. So we'll start writing on that. So we'll start writing on each one of those. Okay. Whatever we have. So we go back. And we go now to the first prompt. And you see now that we follow more or less the create. Remember the create principle. What is the act? As an expert, right, an evaluator for the Digital Euro program, we're telling them how to think. You remember in the create character thing. Then we explain them what they have to do with clear information. Yes, right, in a format, but simple EU proposal language. No, don't invent new activities or objectives. Something is missing from my input, state it one short sentence. Because we have already the objectives from where? From the proposal concept. We have already some work packages. Again, from where? From the proposal concept. We build already something. So we don't start from scratch. That's why we need to have the proposal concept ready. So we take that text and we paste it in our table, and we will see what we will get out of it here. So copy and paste. I take out that. Okay, from the uploading. Now, I can leave it as such, and I will leave it as such to see what kind of response I will leave, because that was also a question from your side, whether we upload the documents, attachments. Let's see whether we can get something out of it, as it is without uploading separately the documents. If we don't receive something that is satisfying, and then we will have to repeat the prompt and we have to attach the documents instead of relying on the proposal folder. Only please consider especially, okay, so a section about that explains how the project aligns with the objectives, etc. So we give specific instructions. Rolled out for competition, teams, events with advanced skills, academic digital skills, and JOS platform. We write in a format, but simple EU proposal language. So I have already reworked the prompt before, based on the create formula. Now let's see whether it will be able to read that. Now, one thing I didn't do just is I have it in auto. If I wanted, I wouldn't have selected thinking, because normally this is for thinking. But let's have the auto, because that is faster, and let the system decide whether they want to think more or they can reply instantly. Okay, now I get something, but I don't like it that much. So I will repeat that here, but I will repeat it in the canvas mode, because I forgot to put it. So I go here in the canvas mode, because I would like to add some changes. You remember that when we write the proposal now, we use the canvas mode, as we did for the proposal concept. Okay. So let's see what we're going to get in the canvas mode, because then I will need some modifications. Okay, it gives me something, of course, aligned with, but it's not that satisfying. So, for example, here, what do you think here? This project is fully aligned. Do we need something like that? I mean, okay, it's still working on it, but it needs some fine-tuning. So as soon as it finishes, we're going to do some facelifting on what we got out of it. And okay, objectives. Okay. Now, first of all, do you like it like the way it starts here? What is missing normally? So let me do edit and try to edit that one, because we can play around now in real time. I would like to start with a problem. I need to make a first good impression. Start. So revise it by starting on what is the core problem. Then identify what is the current state of the art, and or I will define the current state of the art a little bit later. Okay. Then identify specific problems that the project will deal with and and then provide the objectives that should be fully aligned with those projects. The good thing is that this session is recorded. So you can see also what I write afterwards at your own session. But otherwise it would have been a little bit challenging. So let's see now how they will react. And now it's getting better, you see? Now this is how magic happens. You see how nicely now? It starts with a big statement. Yes? It says problems, and we need to align those problems with the project objectives. Right? And that's why we do it better with Canvas, and they're learning now from our style. Yes, you had a question?
Thank you. As we started writing already, we were discussing that we're trying to understand where our creative part goes into the proposal writing process. Where, like, and at which point and which kind of process step are we including our own ideas or our organization profiles, and what happens? Because now it feels like we're just using everything from the context that we have.
First of all, what we're going to do here is just 20–30% of the full proposal. Your creativity will be added after that. Your input from organizations will be added after that. Now we need to have a good starting point, first of all. Secondly, the creativity is not that matter of creativity in Digital Europe projects. Why? Because it's not like Erasmus+. It is, in that call, there are specific expectations. The European Commission, Digital Europe, they know very well what they want from the winning project. Only one project will be awarded. And they are very specific on what is expected from that project. Specific objectives, specific deliverables, specific target groups, specific KPIs. You remember that these were part of the call.
Mm-hmm. But as an evaluator, maybe already see or want you... Aren't you afraid that all the proposals are going to get more and more similar and that everything diverges into one kind of pool of information and kind of replicating the same steps?
Only if you don't do step one. Step one is the one that differentiates you. That's why it's by far more important. Because normally most of the applicants, what they will do, okay, let me start using AI, let me write a very nice prompt, and let's see how AI can help me in order to build 1.1. But what we did in step one is what gives us advantage. And the more thorough we are on that, the better will be our analysis when we give the instructions in 1.1, in 1.2, 2.1, 2.2. This is what makes a difference. That's why I said at the beginning, step one is the most important one. All right? Yes?
Maybe from your experience you can tell, is it relevant only to Horizon, to Digital Europe program, or also to Horizon Europe programs?
Very good question. Now, that approach is very similar to Horizon Europe top-down calls. Which are the top-down calls? Top-down calls are Pillar 2, the collaborative grant applications, where we have to deal with global challenges. this is very similar. If you're dealing with pillar 1, which is Marie Curie, ERC, it's a completely different approach. It's a bottom-up call. But top-down calls, that there are specific expectations on what should be the winning projects doing, then you need to follow that approach. All right? Do you know which is pillar 2, top-down calls? Yes. This is what, exactly the same process. So, the winners are the ones that are doing best step 1. Step 2, as I said, is the easy one. So there is no creativity that much on step 2. Just to write a very nice prompt. This is your creativity about.
But in step 1, we also used quite kind of standard database, right? So we're not putting anything that is from our side, we're just scraping it from the web. So if we're all using the same steps, so we're all going to still get the similar results.
Okay. First of all, your creativity is to follow that process. That process is very creative. Yes, it is. Innovative, creative, because not everyone is doing it. Although it is common practice, although it is common sense, it's not common practice. So you have an advantage on that. Now, in digital Europe, what will give you also the advantage and the creativity is how to convince the projects that have developed something to be part of your consortium. Because one thing of the Digital Euro project, you don't start from 0, you start from TRL 6. So, and we've seen some projects that they need to be the starting point. So your creativity is how you're going to involve them in your partnership or how you're going to exploit the results in your project. AI cannot do that for you. You need to do it. And this is what differentiates a winning project with a non-granted one. All right.
Basically, the feasibility of the implementation of what AI proposed to you.
The feasibility of the consortium synthesis. The consortium synthesis. There are two things that differentiate you with respect to others when you use AI. The first thing is the consortium synthesis. No one has the same consortium, first of all. So your creativity should be allocated on that area. And the other one, which is not the case that much here, because here it is on higher TRLs. But if it was Horizon Europe, for example, just to make sure and you understand here, is the depth of the state-of-the-art analysis. AI cannot give you the depth of the state-of-the-art analysis that you can based on your expertise and based on your, quote, creativity. That is what makes a difference. And the third is the methodology that we follow here. The methodology will be well established. The other two things are up to you. Okay, clear?
Okay, makes sense, thank you.
Okay. So you've seen now that we got a much better introduction. By far more impressive than the previous one. And we do that the same. I mean, if we don't like something, for example, alignment with a call, okay. What we don't like is maybe we like some KPIs. Yes, we don't have KPIs for the objectives, correct? And we do them also here. So I would like to I would like this, and I would like AskGPT revise some KPIs related to the call topic description. So now we will see probably something else. They will revise it, seeing okay, now he added KPIs, you see? So it's getting much, much better now. Also with some innovative ideas, creative ideas. For example, organizing a physical event per competition plus a final EU award event in Brussels. And actually, if you do exactly the same thing, if each one of us follows exactly the same prompt, you will get a different response. Why? Depending on the dialogue that you have already with ChatGPT. For example, you might not get this final EU award event in Brussels, but this is something that I normally suggest in my own proposals. So they know that, so that's why they are suggesting it. So they know also what you write, what you don't like, and maybe some part of that creativity is on what kind of practices you follow in the past, and you have used AI for that. So let's see now. Okay, that is okay, nice, but I don't want these activities KPIs with the pathways follow opportunity described in the proposal concept. Okay, but I don't want that to be part of my proposal. So maybe I would like to say, please delete, I don't know whether it will delete all of them or just that one, delete all those sentences that refer to proposal concept. Okay. I don't know whether it will just delete that or all of them, because also there were other ones that are referring to proposal concept. You see, that one also, that one. So let's see now. So it deleted from objective 1, that's okay, but, oh, objective 2, objective 3, more intelligent than I thought about, eh? Okay. So you understand now what it is. It takes some practice, but you work on the canvas. Okay. What you like, what you don't like. Okay. So that's okay. So I'm going to save that in my document. Now I spend more time on that because, okay, after that we will speed up. But for the time being, I just want to make sure that you know how to use the canvas and the rest. So, okay, so we have that, we save it, and then we go to the next prompt. Okay, we don't need to do that only if we just need to revise 1.2 separately. So that's why we need the character. If we go on with writing 1.2, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, we don't need to repeat how they should think. They already remember that from their first prompt. So I'm going to delete that. I'm not going to ignore that. But if you're asked to revise 1.2, specifically if you're contributing to a project as a partner, then you need to include also the first sentence. Is that clear? Yes? Okay, so we have that. Control C. And I'm going again to the here. Okay, so I close the canvas window. I'm outside it, and I'm going to the second prompt. Here. Again, I'm going to use from the uploaded files in the folder. Sony's analysis, skills gadget. Okay, at least relevant universal apologies. We're going to link to an example. Okay, I'm not going to upload them. Hopefully, it will understand it. And let's see. What we will get out of it. Again, as a reminder, I use the auto, which means that I allow them to think whether they need to provide instantly response or whether they need to think. Sometimes if I don't receive something that is of high value, then I can repeat it. Now, what did I forget again to do? What did I forget again? The canvas. Exactly. That's the one. All right. We will not use the canvas for that. Maybe we'll use it for the next prompt. All right. But we need to work on the canvas. Objectives. So these are the ones that we've used already and analyzed them and etc. Okay. So these are the policies. So I can copy and paste that one. And since I didn't use the canvas, I copy and paste it as such. That's okay. I could have improved it, but for the time being, I will live with that one. So this is the second paragraph here. And let me save it also, just in case. Save as, browse, download. We have here proposal. Okay. Let's go back. So next one. Okay, this is not applicable for this specific call. Does not apply because it mentions that in the call topic description. Not applicable. But we can add something, very limited. It's always nice, even if it's not applicable, to add something. So I'm not going to use the canvas for that because I don't want that to change. It's very straightforward. So I will go back. So I will continue. Right, that one. Okay. So copy and paste it. As I say, you don't need canvas for that. That's straightforward. So that's the one. Okay. Next one is the next section on 1.4. We don't need many details on 1.4 either. Here, we add it straightforward. Let me gain some space here. Keep it factual, okay. So that's straightforward. And I can copy and paste it as 1.4. Okay. And now the next one is the implementation. Now, of course, if I have more time, I can go through 1.1 and 1.2, try to revise it, play a little bit around with the canvas window, but if we have time, we can work it later. Let's work now on the implementation. That has 3 sections. So this is your starting point, where you start now your project, the maturity, the current maturity. This is your methodology, and this is your capacity to deliver what you promised with the given resources at the given time. So let's have a look first on the first one, which is 2.1. Explain, okay. I will use for that the canvas element. Again, I go here, more canvas, and I'm going to use it. And see what we get. Okay. By reading at it, I mean, definitely something that I don't like that much. As with ongoing involvement, you find actions there such as semiconductor, which demonstrate readiness to the goal. So we say here, okay, it's nice as a general one, but I think it needs improvement. At least the first here, the first paragraph at least. So let me use edit again. Here, ask GPT what we need here. Please assume that the project has access to the related previously funded projects and elaborate on that here on the upload, the provided in the folder. So let's see how that changes. Again, I might not be satisfied with that. Maybe I need something more here. So I would like specific names. So here, again, give names. Give names of projects added from the uploaded list. Let's see if it's going to work. If not, then I might have to repeat that prompt outside the canvas by adding the previously funded projects as a list. Ah, now it did it. Okay. Because these are you remember, these were the ones that we have identified projects, and we uploaded their description in the folder. So we have them here. Okay, now that's getting better. So maybe this is something that I can live with. Of course, I can spend a little bit more time, but for the time being, that's okay. And that. And I remind you that what we can is we can, in the canvas, we can have longer text, shorter text. So if we go back here, and you will see here in the canvas, we can play around and say, first of all, give me more text. So not one page, something longer. I click it, and it will revise and will provide more text. So you will see in a while, it was just one page or so it could have more on that. So you see far more details here. So more 70%, as it says here, they added 70% richer details. So than the previous one. We like it, we don't like it, we copy it, but we can play around with the text. Okay, I don't think it's that important, that one, so I will go back and I will go on with the next sections. I'm not going to spend that much time on Canvas anymore. I will be using the normal prompts to see how they behave. So this is the 2.2. We separate the implementation with the project management. It's always a good practice to do it like that. So we go to our project here. We add it, no more to add it the canvas because I need to proceed. Then I would like to show you how you can build a full proposal by those prompts and then have any individual discussions that you might wish to have according to your needs, something that you don't understand. So we have that here. Although I didn't, maybe it was in canvas mode again. Okay, that's why. Okay. Copy it. Digital skills. 2.2. Okay. It hasn't finished. I was in a hurry. It still writes. So now it finished. Control it. Here. And we need that one not as bold. Okay, so we have section 2.2 ready also. Maybe we can do some fine tuning not any more on that. And we go to the next one, which is 2.3. But what is useful and I think interesting is that what you get, we don't need to upload any more the information. It has already been considered from the saved and uploaded files, which is very useful, that approach. So we don't need to attach something. Go to the next one. And we see what we're going to get. Although, you see, I didn't ask, I don't know whether you noticed that. Did I ask to use Canvas? No. But it gives me in a Canvas mode. So they're thinking, they see, probably you need a Canvas mode, even if I didn't ask you to do so. So you see, it gives me the Canvas mode here. So I can copy it, or I can modify it. I can play a little bit around with the text. Okay, so that's fine. So we can edit it. No need for the time being. I'm just copying it. And I'm going to the Word document here and uploading that section also. I don't know whether you've noticed it, but the feedback that we get is quite good. I mean, okay, it needs fine-tuning, but it is quite good. I mean, it is working. It is a good starting point. 2.3 capacity to carry out the proposed work. Next one. Next prompt. It is from impact. So in impact, we have 3 sections, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. Now, I don't think that 3.3 is applicable for that call, but we have 3.1 and 3.2. So let's see the first 3.1, expect outcomes. With 2 clear paths, expect outcomes and deliverables, dissemination communication. So in your case, when you're writing a proposal, you take those prompts and you modify them accordingly to the call. Because, okay, these are prompts adopted for the digital skills competition, but probably you will be using it for other calls also. So you can take that as an example and modify it accordingly. So we go back to here, we write it again. Let's see what we get. And then the good thing is, as soon as I finish all this dialogue, I will share the link, so you will see all the discussion that we had on that folder, because it's possible to do it. Okay. Government, so. Okay, what I don't like, and if I had time I would have changed it, I don't like that kind of statements. The project deliverables fully correspond to those listed in the call. Okay, that is implied. We need to prove that. We don't need to claim it. And so we might need to revise that and ask them to revise that in the canvas. So that kind of phrases are not the best ones. Also, we keep on saying the project. But what we need a name. So we need to baptize it. So we need to have a name as early as possible for that. Anyway, for the time being now, I mean, it's more than okay. We go and we go to the Word document here, and we add the next one. Let me see if it is in bold. Okay, so that is 3.1. expect outcomes and deliverables. And then we proceed with the next prompt. On competitiveness and benefits for society. We make sure that what we give is fully clear with call topic description and what we have uploaded so far. We paste it. We go to that one. We ask, we see what we get. Also, we say here, if do not provide numbers, do not invent them, refer instead to targets defined in section X if needed. So don't let them guess or don't let them put something that you don't like. Again, it keeps on working on the canvas, although I haven't asked for it. Okay. So copy it. And we have the next section here on 3.2. Okay, if we believe that this is short, again, we can ask them to provide more information, be more verbose, and etc. by the Canva window. And then we have the next one. Again, this is not marked, this is not applicable for that section. And then keep it in 2 short paragraphs and tell them that this is not applicable because that section is not applicable, 3.3. Go here, we write it. And I'm wondering whether it's going to be in a canvas format or not. So that's it, because I wasn't thinking it will be in a canvas format, because you don't need to have it in a canvas format. It is straightforward. .3, and then let's see, work plan, and we are finishing. Okay, work plan, package activities 4.1, and then 4.2, different description. So mainly the 4.1. Let me write it on that. So we go here. Let's see how it will look like. Information so far. Because we don't want to have a repetition of 2.2 section under implementation where we talked about the methodology. Okay. So it gives an overview. Interesting. Sometimes if we see that we need more information, and even if we use the canvas and we tell them to increase the length of the text, then if we need more info, what are we going to do? We change ChatGPT 5.1 into the thinking model. So if we want further elaborations, further arguments, we go to the thinking model by default. So this is the one. Representing section 4.2. Okay, so we have that here, we copy that. We go to our document and we're almost done. Here, 4.1, work plan overview. Okay. And then let's see, I'm really curious to see whether we will have, for each work package here, whether we will get something. It's too challenging as it is. Maybe we need to change into the thinking model. But let's see how it will work. And that's the last one, actually. And I will put here, it's for each work package, produce whatever, so we can include them in our section. Also to tell them that do not alter what we have already, deliverables, core results from the proposal concept. Okay, I mean, for the time being, it has per work package, so that's interesting, work package 1. Interesting description of objectives, interesting activities and division of work and roles and milestones. Maybe what I could have tasks that we don't have tasks, or maybe I could have elaborated that into tasks if it goes in a canvas mode. Also that one, I would have asked them to work that in tasks. Once applied. Okay. Okay. It needs refining, of course, for the deliverables, for the milestones, but it's a good starting point. It's not, but it's not final yet. So we copy that one. Programs 1. And let's go into the here. And we have that one here. Okay. And let's see what we got so far. Okay, so we got one proposal that is a very good starting point with objectives. Yes. Of course, you've seen that where we used the canvas mode, we got more details and etc. We add KPIs, but we have objectives 1.1 with KPIs, measurable ones, then quite lengthy. Then 1.2. If we insist further on 1.2, we can have in Canvas by far more responses. Then we have 1.3 and 1.4 that are not applicable. Then we go to the implementation, the methodology. Here you remember that we insisted to mention some projects that we're going to use. Of course, we can insist further what we can get from those projects. Here, you can add also what you can add here in 2.2, in 2.1. Remind me what you can add here that we talk about those projects. Do you remember what we can have? Here we can add it. Of course, it was in here. We can have here previously funded projects. You remember that I said here in 2.2 you can have this paragraph here. Yes, you remember about the different projects. So we can add those sections. Yes? AI didn't do it. You have to think about how to do it. This is your creativity thing. All right. You need that. So that's important. Yeah, you need to add those sentences because that's important. Or we can upload that document again and say, look, revise 2.2 based on how our digital proposal can go beyond it. But we need to do it. Because as I said, the key elements for success in any proposal beyond artificial intelligence is the consortium and the state-of-the-art analysis. The state-of-the-art analysis is that document here. This is actually what other projects have done and how we're going to go beyond by using the current results. So this time that you need to add in 2.2. And then we have in 2.1. So we have then the implementation here, plan with the different structures, then 2.2 the capacity to carry out the project. Here we need to make sure that our consortium is well linked with those projects, the ones that we discussed. Otherwise, our proposal will not be very strong. And then we go with the impact, which is part 3, with the dissemination, communication, and how we're going to achieve the expected outcomes and deliverables. Expect outcomes and deliverables, just for your information, when we talked the last training, they need to be achieved when? Do you remember? When do we need to have the expected outcomes and deliverables ready? By the end of the project. Because some applicants, they believe that we need to have it sometime after the end of the project. No. In Digital Europe, and in Horizon Europe also, of course, we are allowed to have them after the end of the project, shortly after, but it's much better to have it by the end of the project. Why? Because these are competitive calls. So if one project achieves the expected outcomes and deliverables, as it is in the call, by the end of the project, and another one shortly after the end of the project, then the one that is by the end of the project will rank higher. And we need that. And then we continue with the rest of the section, which is the work package, the overview work plan, and then the work package description. Now, what you need to do separately is, of course, to elaborate more on the milestones and deliverables. Okay, this is something that you need to do separately. We have already deliverables from the call topic and from the proposal concept, so you need to match them, and then you need to probably add some further milestones here. Other than that, this draft section that we spent 1 hour and a half, more or less, it's an excellent starting point. Do you agree on that? I mean, can you imagine starting from scratch? And it goes very methodologically. There is a method behind it. So what you need actually to do is now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share that also with you. Let me see how I can. So I go to. I'm going to share that element because this is how we wrote the proposal with the given prompts and etc. And I'm going to add it in the draft bar proposal. Copy link. Copy it, and I'm going to include it in the slides. So I'm going to include it here. I'm going to add a new one. To see the building of the proposal. And we had one more here. I'm going to share that also, which is the first step, and that is that one here, so it's the other one. So we go here, we go to the project profile analysis. I'm sharing that also. Because it was a long process, specifically that one. And I'm going to share it in the other slides here. Any questions while we wait for sharing that file? Any questions that you might have? You should be able to, the application or the prompts? We were waiting for it. I mean, you should be able to access it, yes. Yes, yes. Formally, as it is with ChatGPT, when you share that, you should be able to see it. Now, sometimes ChatGPT has glitches, might not allow you, etc. But normally you can. Okay. Any other questions while we're waiting for it to be added? Yes? Sorry, I cannot hear. Maybe.
When you are judging the projects, and when you evaluate them, and you see that it is written with AI, are there negative thoughts or negative anything associated with that?
Okay. First of all, let me check something with application template, because that's a good question. So this is normally so here, okay, Digital Europe doesn't have that, but there are some other European funding programs, Creative Europe, Horizon Europe, that in the application form, you need at the beginning to state whether you have used AI, and if you have used it, where you have used it, how you have used it, and to ensure that the findings that it gave you are accurate. My advice is, and then I will answer your question. My advice is when you have that kind of requirement in Horizon Europe or in other European funding programs, and very soon in Digital Europe we will have that for sure, you need to mention that you use AI, but not for writing the grant application. You need to mention that you have used AI for identifying and analyzing the following documents. And the ones that we see, the policies, the projects. So do it for that, not for writing. First of all, I know that many applicants are writing 0. They're leaving it blank. I don't advise you to do so. Why? Because we know that you have used AI. If you tell me that you use that way, which is a very sustainable and a very healthy way, we will be positively biased. If you say that you haven't done anything, we will not believe you, we will be negatively biased. Now, if you say in that section that you have used it also for writing some of the grant application sections, we will again be negatively biased, because we don't like to see that. So the only way to positively bias us is for explaining that you use it only for the identification, for the analysis of those documents. Now, when we check the evaluation, when we evaluate the proposals and we check the text, this is one of the reasons that I've told you to use the ban list, is that one. Because those words are the ones that are extensively used by AI. So when we, as evaluators, see that, or in some cases we see emojis or icons, then we understand that this is, because it happens, we see that this is an AI. That's why I said to the AI, don't give me any icons in the customization. Now, if at the very end we do all that, and we as evaluators have a suspicion that that proposal was written by AI, we are not supposed to judge it negatively. However, we are humans, which means that we might be subconsciously biased negatively. So your role is actually to make sure that you don't give any, you don't imply or you don't give any hints that that was written by AI. All right. Okay, yes?
So in this case, as you told us about five projects that collected the equal number of points,
yes.
Would it be a case that the one which is clearly written by humans and other ones are by AI, you would be somehow more inclined to prioritize this project?
No, not really, because this prioritization takes place, I mean, which proposal will rank first? When we have 5 projects with the same mark, then we have a panel meeting. In the panel meeting is where the panel chair with evaluators discuss all the proposals and which one should rank higher with the other. We are not supposed to give as arguments that that proposal was written by AI, so it has to be penalized. We're not allowed to because we don't know. We suspect, but we cannot evaluate based on suspicions.
But how does this bias that you've just described, how does it take place or is mirrored in the evaluation?
It takes place in the individual evaluation, because the evaluation takes place in 3 stages. First of all, we have the individual evaluation, where each evaluator evaluates the proposal individually, and when I evaluate the proposal, I don't know who else evaluates the proposal. Yeah. And that's the first stage. This is where that happens.
But my question is like, that means that when you're answering the specific criteria, for example, does the project proposal aligns with the objectives, then in these kind of questions, your bias might take.
Yes, you might don't like the proposal because you think that that was written by AI. However, then we have 2 more stages. Then we have the consensus evaluation, because we have 3 different evaluations with 3 different marks and 3 different comments for the same criterion. So we need to have a consent. What is a consent? An agreement. That's why we meet, and this is for the first time that we see who else has evaluated that proposal. In that proposal, we have to agree whether that proposal is good or what should be the comments, and then based on the comments, we need to give a mark. Again, in that consensus meeting, we are not supposed to claim any arguments that that was written by AI. Maybe someone believes that that was written AI strongly. He or she is not supposed to say it in order to influence the other 2. And then we have the 3rd stage evaluation, which is the panel evaluation with all the evaluators and with the head of unit. Again, you are not supposed to say something there. So what happens negatively, bias, is only in the individual, that you don't give any account to anyone, only at the first stage.
So kind of like the subjective feeling that might overspill into the objective evaluation.
That's why we have the consensus and the panel, in order to avoid that kind of biases. And that's why I think it's not the best evaluation system, but it's an effective evaluation system, the one that they use in European Commission.
Thank you. That's really interesting to hear how it's from the evaluator's perspective.
Okay.
Can I ask what you do when you get, for example, 200 proposals and only 1 project is eligible for funding? So.
Okay, it's very rarely to happen to have 200 proposals submitted, only 1, because when applicants see that only 1 proposal will get funded, they're very discouraged. They're not going for that. So I don't think that we will have, we never had 200 proposals in 1. We might have 10 proposals and 1 get funded. 15, maximum 20. Yes? Still, we need to go through and evaluate all those X proposals, 20, 10, 15, according to the evaluation criteria. What we are not supposed to do is we are not supposed to assume. What does that mean? That means that if they deal with an excellent technology or an excellent pilot, and we like that kind of pilot, and we like that kind of technology, we are not supposed to judge it positively unless they justify that in the proposal text. So, for example, if we have in the consortium Apple, or Google, or OpenAI, yes? If they don't tell us what will be the role of the OpenAI, what they will do exactly, and why they are able to do that task, we are not supposed to assume, of course, they're OpenAI, they can do anything. We are supposed to judge based on what we read, not based on what we know according to their profile. All right. So that's also something interesting.
It's a difficult task.
It is. It is. You cannot imagine. Sometimes it was 1 consensus meeting last week. It took 5 hours. We're supposed to finish in 1 hour and a half, the consensus meeting. It took 5 hours because we couldn't have an agreement. Of course, it was also the problem of the chair of the European Commission. She shouldn't have stopped the discussion after 2 hours, not letting it going on. That's why we have 3 evaluators. Why? Because in 3s, because it's an odd number, we have also a minority view in some cases. What is a minority view? Either I like it very much and you too don't like it, or I don't like it very much and you too like it. Or the third scenario is that we all like it or we all don't like it. Correct? In the last two, we don't have a minority view. In the first two, we have a minority. Correct? If there is a minority, normally, and we cannot have an agreement, it's a very good or a very bad proposal, then we stop there, and that proposal has to be discussed in the panel meeting, the last stage, the third stage. Also, this is very interesting. And I like that kind of view, because otherwise we can spend hours of discussing, as it was in the past, evaluations. 20 years ago, it was a completely different evaluation system. Now, it is by far more effective. Why? Because we receive a lot of proposals. Suppose that we spend in a consensus meeting 3 and 4 hours for one proposal. If there are so many proposals, what are we going to do? That's why we're limited to 1 hour and a half in the consensus meeting. Otherwise, it will be impossible to manage it. Yes? It doesn't work, this one, so probably we don't have it.
So do I understand correctly? So it's not that the marks are given like calculating the average of 3 evaluators?
In Digital Europe, no. In Horizon Europe, no. In Erasmus Plus, yes. It's in Erasmus Plus, decentralized actions, not centralized. It depends on the program, but in Digital Europe, no. Yes? You need to have a consensus. Let me see if I get this one now. Any other questions on that? Believe it or not, we are done, eh? It was a big, big task, so congratulations to all of you now, eh? Because it was a big, big task for you. Now, of course, you became familiar with the recipe. What is still pending is to apply the recipe, because knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. All right, so please make sure what we learn here, now that you have the momentum, to start applying it. Not necessarily, even if you're not planning Digital Europe, you can apply in any other call of yours. Horizon Europe, Creative Europe, Erasmus Plus, Life Plus. It's the same process. It's the same process. All right, any questions before we officially close that? Yes? I don't think so. We have 4 already. There are the recorded versions also. We have recorded all of them, yes?
I think all our sessions were recorded.
Yes, I think all of them were recorded, so you can have that. Okay.
Sorry? Yeah, sure. They are online, and if you need, I can send the links, and you'll be to see them. So just I'll share that. So I think that's all for now. That's all for today. We had a tough day, an interesting one. I hope so that it was useful for you. Was it? Yes. So this means we reach our goal. I wish you that the knowledge you gain today, you'll be able to apply in the near future, and just in some time we'll admire the results. And I say again, special thank you to Nikolaos. We had a really
it's my pleasure.
Intensive day, and
yes.
you managed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all. Thank you. Just if you want some coffee, if you are not full of coffee of today, we can still have one, and just can just talk and network a bit. So thank you so much for coming.